Being a fan of this series has proven to be a test in loyalty. Silent Hill as a property has gone through so much change.
Disgusting.
The way I see it, the quality of this series is an inverse bell curve. We begin with such a peak, I mean truly the apex of video game horror, and then we hit some of the most absurd lows in recorded history.
James, believe in yourself.
However, slowly but surely, Silent Hill has crawled its way back into hallowed ground, making some of my favorite games, ever. This video is my way of speaking about every Silent Hill property with a sum total of 31 entries. It's a continuation of Silent Hill lore for beginners, but if you haven't seen my video, don't worry about it. That video has been infused into this one to make a 4-hour Frankenstein's monster. If you're new here, you'll know you're getting the core experience when you're met with this save screen. I feel it's completely worth seeing everything. Silent Hill has the perfect tonal whiplash of white-knuckled gambling, and honestly, some of the most haunting scenes I've seen in gaming. Okay, enough of this rabble. Grab something to drink, find something to work on, and
sit back, relax, and enjoy. Welcome to Silent Hill.
Long before Silent Hill had a name, native tribes indigenous to the New England area heralded a lakeside ritual site as the place of silent spirits. Here they would commune with lost souls, those of the trees, the water, even their past relatives and ancestors. The first of many monikers given to this holy land would be Quequagzawe Canezda, or Nest of the Raven, given as an opportunity to the titular deity. The reason the name held such reverence in the culture was due to frequent appearances of ravens after battle. Said to hold strong dominion over memory, it represented the souls of the fallen, giving the dead another chance to rewrite history from beyond the grave. As such, raven feathers persisted as religious iconography for centuries within the culture. But this would soon cease in the rise of English colonization. By 1607, the 17th century, English settlers had moved into town, and as no history book before 2010 will tell you, they weren't playing nice with the current residents. These colonists drove the natives from their land and would soon establish what would be known as Toluca Lake. But it wouldn't be until the 19th century that the name Silent Hill would ever even be uttered. It was established as a penal colony, with its two largest institutions being Brookhaven Hospital and Silent Hill Prison. As the Thorpe began to grow in size, many different establishments rose and fell, such as the Gillespie Coal and Iron Company, Shepherd's Glen, its home state of Maine, and eventually Toluca Prison. People had a habit of disappearing while in Silent Hill long before the 1980s where the first game takes place. One of the largest incidents involving this occurred in 1918 with the disappearance of a tourist ship, the Little Baroness. But the event that would eventually destabilize this entire town would be the birth of one child, Alessa Gillespie, the ill-fated daughter of the religious organization known as the Order. With a strong connection to the paranormal, her downfall would soon thin the veil between heaven and hell. Those with darkness held in their hearts walk in her path, begotten deep into the mist, and with their lives put into the trembling hands of fate. This, in essence, is Silent Hill. It's 1983. There's a cult in Silent Hill. And Harry Mason and his daughter Cheryl Mason end up in the belly of the beast when their vacation pretty quickly sours. Driving down the road one misty night, Harry would spot a police officer en route to the titular town. And just at the precipice of the town's cliffside, he would encounter the spectral visage of one Alessa Gillespie. And eventually, when Harry awakens, he realizes the gravity of the situation. His car's totaled, his daughter's missing, and he is smack dab in the middle of a fog-laden nightmare. Now, if the oppressive gloom and out-of-season snow didn't alarm Harry, I think this would do the trick.
What is this? What's going on here?
Yeah, something must have happened to Harry back there. He's losing consciousness, he can't keep track of time, and he keeps visiting an absolute fucking nightmare world. Head trauma's not out of the question. I mean, there's about 6 times where he passes out and goes to hell. Yeah, Harry wakes up from these stints in limbo to the oddest of places. The first being Cafe 522, where he meets Sybil Bennett, the officer from earlier. She assures Harry that there's something afoot in this town and she's gonna get to the bottom of it. And if Harry's dead set on finding Cheryl in a place like this, he ought to take a radio and a handgun. Harry eventually finds a note from Cheryl, and it's likely that she's been kidnapped and taken to Midwich Elementary School. And trust me, it fucking sucks over there. Navigating the school is a frustrating task at times, though I still found myself really enjoying the scenery, because eventually at the apex of his investigation, Harry is confronted in the boiler room by Splithead, a gnarly beast of the otherworld. Then he kicks the shit out of him, it's fine. But once returning back to the material realm, he hears the dolorous chiming of bells. And rushing to the origin of the racket, he meets with Dahlia Gillespie. And her whole vibe is, it's very intense. She hands Harry an object known as the Flauros, something she calls a
cage of peace,
and claims it's going to counteract the growing darkness in the town. Clearly, it's an artifact of extreme power. It can contain or reject some of the most serious magic out there. The Flauros isn't something to fuck with. Hell, Dahlia is not someone to fuck with. But you know who doesn't know any of this? Harry. Poor chap has to just take it all at face value and continue his journey, finding his missing daughter. Eventually, Harry does make his way to Alchemilla Hospital, where he is met with Dr. Michael Kaufman, the director. Kaufman does not fuck around at all.
Hold it. Stop.
He's gonna make it out of Silent Hill if it's the last thing he does. He's straight-laced and he's a hard ass.
Do you know a girl called Alessa? No.
You'll soon find out. Pretty fucking awful human being, though. He gives Harry a hard time more than once in the true ending timeline, but I don't know, I still kind of enjoy him in this game. Another person we meet is Lisa Garland, who is suffering from amnesia and is scared out of her fucking mind. And it seems that every time Harry speaks to Lisa, he starts to question reality further and further more. Is he dead? Is this hell? What is this? What if this is a hallucination of a dying mind? Is Cheryl even real? Is Harry real? See, Lisa won't leave the hospital. She fears the worst and she can't understand why. Harry does respect this decision and decides that Lisa should stay while he ventures out into the darkness. It's around this time for the good plus ending, Harry's got to find Kaufman in Annie's bar. And when he does, he's able to save him from a demon attack and discover his drug trafficking ring. What the fuck? Harry finds a bottle of a Glaufatus. It's a squirt bottle that can exorcise demons. Not made up, by the way. This recipe is actually in the real-life Simon Necronomicon, so, like, it's kind of real, I guess? It's based on a real thing. Anyways, when he does, Kaufman chews him out.
Give me that.
And then he makes his leave. Eventually, Harry does regroup with Sybil and later even Dahlia, and he's starting to get the full picture. Silent Hill as it stands now is the manifestation of Alessa's haunted psyche. And when soon Dahlia returns, she warns that if Harry fails to pacify her, it spells death for Cheryl. So now the clock's ticking, and it's a race to Alessa. On his way back from the lighthouse, Harry actually runs into Sybil again. What's up, Sybil? How's it? Holy shit. Anyways, Harry squirts her in the face and she's fine. And that little grub fucker crawls right out of there. And with Sybil safely exorcised, this actually secures the good plus ending. You're good to go. Speaking of endings, by the way, we're at the final chapter, where Harry unwittingly captures and neutralizes Alessa with the Flauros. And Dahlia admits her evil plan in a monologue. "This was all your doing, Harry. You're so stupid. You did everything I asked for. Time to make my own daughter birth God." Yeah, you heard that right. Harry is so, grief-stricken, he takes a nap, I guess. Where which he awakens once again in the Alchemilla Hospital beside Lisa. She explains how she's gathered the courage to go down to the basement, where she had a sense of deja vu. And when they meet again, Lisa has had an epiphany, and it is one that would damn her.
Harry?
Lisa, what's the matter with you?
All these demented nurses in the building, why would she believe herself to be any different? They've all been corrupted, manipulated, and now they're living a haunted existence. Lisa was no different. She suffered the same abuse, and in her mind, she's...
I'm the same as them. Save me from them. Please. Harry?
This is something that Silent Hill is amazing at. In my opinion, it's the reason to play. With Lisa's theme front and center, you wander the hallways of the hospital, and you're not scared. You're empty, broken. This feeling, this is Silent Hill. Harry can return to the room, but all that remains is her diary, to which it's revealed that Lisa was Alessa's nurse. Her supernatural physiology disturbed Lisa so profoundly, and despite her pleading with Kaufman to reassign Alessa to a different nurse, he refused. And this led to a drug addiction that Kaufman himself enabled. It was the only thing keeping Lisa from losing her mind. And Harry doesn't even have the time to grieve. He's got to find Dahlia, and he's got to find her now. It's about this time where the player and Harry realize Alessa's completely lost it. We're not in the other world anymore. That's for fucking chumps. Now we're in nowhere, a manifestation of Alessa's deepest fears and memories. And it's here in nowhere where the final confrontation is had. Alright, so things get really fucking confusing very quickly, and I'm gonna try my best to explain this as concisely as possible. Dahlia, confronted by Sybil, stands with a figure in a wheelchair and Alessa's spectral form. The figure in bandages is Alessa recombined, this being the state she was in when Dahlia first sacrificed her.
My daughter will be the mother of God.
God revives and possesses Alessa, creating what is known as the Incubator. With the good plus ending, Kaufman tells that thing to fuck off, shoots Dahlia, squirts the Incubator, and then the demon is exorcised from her.
What the?
Where we're treated to the true final boss fight with this scary motherfucker, the Incubus. And he can get you pretty good. 2 shots of Palpatine lightning and you're fucking down for the count. It took me a few good tries to wing this guy, but when it finally falls, it's such a huge relief and an amazing time. When Harry finally defeats the monster, the Incubator is able to reincarnate Cheryl into an infant, which he then hands to him for safety. And while everybody's trying to get the fuck out of Dodge, Lisa Garland resurfaces from the depths to capture Kaufman, drag me to hell style. And just as if it looks they're not going to make it out alive, the incubator is able to stop time before collapsing, allowing the couple to escape. And with her brave sacrifice, Harry and Sybil make it out alive, and at the break of dawn, they celebrate new life. We also get this like full house ending by the end. I think it ties a little cute bow on things. I like it. Silent Hill is kind of a celebration of Americana. I think it's a trend we were lucky to see in the early 90s. Developers overseas loved painting a vignette of many literary and media references for us to enjoy, like some odd 20 years later.
Come on, no card you play's gonna help. Just end your turn.
Like, for instance, Portishead was apparently huge in the town of Silent Hill because there's posters everywhere. I'm gonna go ahead and blame Akira Yamaoka for this one, because, clearly he was a fan. Also, speaking of references, every single street in Silent Hill named after a famous author. Something I think people miss a lot, and I think it's really neat. Also, some more morbid backstory for you here. Though most characters were named after an actor or a family of a director, Sybil Bennett is named after Laurencia Bimbenek, a real-life murderer and policewoman. Also, Harry and Cheryl were to be named Humbert and Dolores, specifically referencing Stanley Kubrick's Lolita. Look, I'm gonna be honest, I think if you're watching this video, I trust you understand why that was met with insane pushback. So rather, the man who was in charge of the translation namings just used his own nickname, Harry. In 2009, Climax Studios, real name, and Konami released Silent Hill Shattered Memories, a retelling of the original Silent Hill story, ported to the Nintendo Wii, PS2, and PSP. It takes place in an alternate universe in the year 2008, where Sherry is once again looking for Cheryl. There's no real combat, the game is much more cinematic, let's say. Dr. Kaufman is actually Harry's psychotherapist who helps with his missing memory. And Sybil, you see Sybil again, because she places Harry under a very light arrest when he breaks into his old home.
My daughter is gone, and you people are in my house!
Also, Dahlia is back too, and she's pretending to be Harry's past lover. Anyways, a lot of frozen hijinks ensue, but Sybil pulls Harry from the icy brine and has to break to him that he's been dead for 18 years.
But Harry Mason was killed in a car crash 18 years ago.
He died in a car crash on the way to Silent Hill all those years ago. And we flash, and boom! It's actually Cheryl Mason in psychotherapy. In the good ending, she's able to take the news pretty well. She watches a tape of Harry consoling her, reassuring her she's not the reason for her parents' divorce. Alright, jeez. Additionally, there was a novelization of the first Silent Hill game, and it features 8 full-page illustrations by Masahiro Ito. Also, the drugs being ran by Kaufman were known as PTV, the name being a reference to the experimental group Psychic TV after the fall of the Great Throbbing Gristle. The drug itself is made from white Claudia that grows alongside the riverbanks of Toluca. The original Silent Hill doesn't use this information for anything very actionable. It actually wouldn't be until Origins, Shattered Memories, and the Silent Hill 2 remake that we see this drug make a huge difference. But, no spoilers. We're gonna try our best to get to those. Alright, let's talk about our first of many cases of Silent Hill Lost Media. Play novel Silent Hill was a Game Boy Advanced visual novel, released on March 21st, 2001 as a Japanese exclusive. This was technically the first SH game to ever follow up the original, beating out Silent Hill 2 by just 6 months. This is also the first game not to be developed by Team Silent. And honestly, it's a pretty unique game, letting you play as both Harry and Sybil in a point-and-click adventure. There's a ton of borrowed assets from the original, but it is supplemented by plenty of new additions. Speaking of the OG, Sybil is absent for a large portion of SH1, so this kind of gives insight on what she could have been doing while Harry was, fucking around. Play novel contextualizes Sybil's decision to become a police officer, to put it lightly. As a child, she witnessed the murder of both her parents from a crack in her closet. Point-blank executions. Horrid stuff. Just like its predecessor, both characters' routes have a multitude of endings. The best ending is largely the same as the original, and the player can achieve this as both characters. And to give you a scale of the breadth of this game, you're awarded a trading card for completing an ending. There are 28 in the base game. Quite a few. And look, you might be asking me, where's the lost media part actually come into play? Well, additionally in Japan, there was an exclusive DLC from a Konami Live service. It was made available upon completing Sybil's route. And the new content offered 4 additional chapters for each character, named after the seasons, one of which featured a tertiary character, Andy. He was a 7-year-old boy, a neighbor of Harry's. He's Cheryl's classmate. And every morning at 8 o'clock, he'd peer into Harry's backyard to see what she's up to. On the same morning that the game takes place, Andy catches a glimpse of Cheryl speaking to Alessa. He snuck into Mason's Jeep before the events of the first game, and when he finally comes to, he finds himself in Silent Hill, completely alone. He was invented uniquely for this game, and currently the only way you'd see him is in Sybil's new chapters. It's not completely clear what his endings would have been, but it's obvious that he shared a relationship with both Cheryl and Alessa, as shown by these additional trading cards. The only foothold we have into this game is Spring, the most recovered chapter. It's actually featured in the game's official guide. And look, it sucks, but there are a few factors that contributed to its erasure. Players had to use the mobile adapter GB to download this content. It would then write itself into the GBA's internal memory. However, that memory is temporary. Powering off a Game Boy Advance would result in a wipe of said data, making this game rather difficult to archive. And, in an unsurprising move, Konami axed their downloadable live service rather quickly after its release. And, well, this is far from the only time this exact scenario is going to occur. Look, people have lauded Silent Hill 2 as the greatest game of the entire series. I'm gonna be so honest with you, it's deserved. I love it. I think if there's a statement we can all agree with, it's that it's the penultimate Silent Hill. Team Silent really proved themselves, and with time and money, they were allowed to tell the stories they really wanted to. And let me fucking tell you, they had something to prove. It shines as a beacon, emblematic to its mission. You want Silent Hill? Well, here you go, fucker. Strap in.
In my restless dreams, I see that town, Silent Hill. You promised you'd take me there again someday, but you never did. Well, I'm alone there now, in our special place, waiting for you.
These are the first lines in a letter that James Sunderland has just received from his wife, Mary.
Are you taping again? Come on.
It's beautiful, but there's just one problem. Mary's been dead for 3 years. It's the dread and intrigue of this that would land him in a rusty, dingy bathroom on a foggy Maine morning. Searching for answers with or without the love of his life has him return to hallowed ground. This special place, Silent Hill. Cruising through the town, James finds himself in a graveyard where he meets Angela Orozco.
Excuse me,
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I didn't mean to scare you.
And as it turns out, Angela is actually looking for somebody, her mother, who has been missing for some time now. And as the two speak, she warns James that something about Silent Hill it's dangerous.
This town, there's something wrong with it. It's kind of hard to explain, but...
Is it dangerous?
Maybe. And it's not just the fog, either.
Okay, I got it. I'll be careful.
I'm not lying.
No, I believe you.
James, a man on a mission, hardly heeds the warning. He just burns a trail towards the town. Once James arrives, the oppressive fog makes itself known, swathing the lakeside town in a blanket of gray. James wanders the monster-ridden streets for a while, and it sucks, because of course it does. and he happens upon a radio which emits a garbled message, but he knows it sounds like Mary. He's just not certain. Anyways, he shakes that off and tries to get to Rosewater Park, what he infers is their special place. This would place James in the Woodside apartment complex, which is like the world's worst place to live. Eventually, James does meet Laura, who's a little snot. Her first action of the game is to stomp on James' hand while he reaches for a key.
Ow! Hey, wait! Damn it.
And she heads into, I don't know, the fucking abyss? Like, look at these hallways. What the fuck's up with these? I feel like I'm gonna see something that's gonna make me shit my... Oh yeah, that's Eddie, by the way. He's stuck here too.
It wasn't me. I didn't do it.
Do what?
I mean, I wasn't asking. Wait, did you fucking kill a dude, Eddie?
Killing a person ain't no big deal.
Whatever, man. Look, just take care of yourself, all right? Entering another apartment, James meets once again with Angela, and it's not a very happy reunion.
I'm sorry. I've been bad. Please, don't.
Don't examine that knife, by the way. Not if you're looking for a good ending. Eventually, James does run into that little snot from earlier.
It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who stepped on my hand.
I don't know. Maybe I did.
Again, this is Laura, and she actually seems to know Mary. Matter of fact, she knows Mary so well, she seems comfortable saying that...
You didn't love Mary anyway.
Wait! How do you know Mary's name?
That fucking hurts. Anyways, it's finally time to head to Rosewater, the supposed special place. And wow, we can really take in the vista of fucking nothing.
Mary? No, you're not.
Do I look like your girlfriend?
Say, you're not a psychosexual manifestation of my dead wife, are you?
So it's okay?
Yeah, fine.
After a pretty awkward encounter, James is now partnered up with Maria for a third of the game. So I guess if you like watching people strike cunty poses while in hell, this is gonna be your favorite fucking part. Okay, so Rosewater was a bust. Why don't we try Lakeview Hotel? I mean, it's the only other idyllic place he could imagine Mary resting. And this trek takes him through Pete's Bowl-orama, where once again, he meets with Eddie and Laura.
Eddie?
Oh, you're...
James.
And they shoot the shit, and Laura dips again.
Bye-bye.
Wait! Come back! Eddie, let's go after her.
Huh?
And obviously Maria's a little concerned for her safety, so she sends James out to go look for her. And the destination ahead is Brookhaven Hospital, the mental institution of South Vale. And on the way there, they blow through Heaven's Night, a strip joint where Maria seems to work. Eventually, they do make it to the institution and pop a few demon nurses in the dome. And during this stint, Maria is noticeably more frail and ill.
It's just a hangover.
To the point of her really actually needing to rest in a hospital room. And James is allowing her some time alone where he's able to find Laura.
Laura?
Huh?
Where he interrogates her on this whole Mary business. She's been dead for 3 years, kid. What's all the hubbub about?
You liar! Laura,
Fine, don't believe me.
And to reward us for both this interrogation and locating her, Laura locks James in the fucking meat locker.
Laura! What are you doing? You snotty little brat! Open up!
Okay, that fucking sucked, but at least it's over, right? Maria, you should see this shit. It's... Where the fuck is Maria? When James finally does find her again, Maria's, like, rightfully kind of pissed. James is pretty single-minded here, vision tunneling on his one desire to find Mary. His dismissal of Maria's regards of safety lead to the most fucked up back and forth I have ever heard in these games.
Anyway, I'm glad you're alive.
Anyway? What do you mean, anyway? You don't sound very happy to see me. I was almost killed back there. Why didn't you try to save me? All you care about is that dead wife of yours. I've never been so scared in my whole life. You couldn't care less about me, could you?
No, I just...
Then stay with me. Don't ever leave me alone. You're supposed to take care of me.
All right, I think we've cooled down. Let's just go find Laura. Oh, okay, never fucking mind, holy shit. And what do you think we're rewarded with when we survive this? Because I promise you, it's not what you want. You remember how I described Lisa's death in Silent Hill 1? This is that feeling twice-fold. Again, you're not fearful roaming these hallways. There's just a gnawing emptiness, and the game just allows you to feel it. No enemies, no dread. Just grief. Okay, Mary, we're coming for you, I guess. Let's grab the key in Rosewater Park so we can get into Silent Hill Historical Society. If we can get into Toluca Prison and this horrible fucking labyrinth. It's actually in this prison where we come face to face with our phantom once again, Maria.
Aren't you Maria?
I'm not your Mary. It doesn't matter who I am. I'm here for you, James. See? I'm real.
Maria's in a Schrodinger's cat type of scenario. It's evident when you see her again. Existing between life and death almost simultaneously. The easier option for James would be to rationalize this. It's all in his mind, right? But the truth of the matter proves to be much more complicated. Much more sinister. What even is Maria?
Are you confusing me with someone else?
We don't ever get an explicit answer, and I like that. It's also in this location where we learn more of Angela, who murdered her father in self-defense. He was a sexually abusive monster, her mother complicit in all of these crimes.
I'm so tired.
And perhaps if you missed this newspaper clipping, the implicit detail would become obvious when we meet her again.
Daddy!
Yeah, this right here is Abstract Daddy. He's emblematic of Mr. Orozco, a figure so overwhelming in fear, it renders Angela completely frozen. James takes it upon himself to send Abstract Daddy back to hell.
Are you okay?
And understandably, once the creature is vanquished, Angela declares her distrust for really any man in the world.
You could just force me. Beat me up like he always did. You only care about yourself anyway. You disgusting pig.
She barks to James that he had only one thing in mind with Mary, as most men do.
I know about you. You didn't want her around anymore. You probably found someone else.
That's ridiculous. I never...
And that his heart couldn't lie. He didn't want Mary around anymore. And James has to sit with that. What if she's right? Did coming here mean anything? Is he relieved Mary's gone? He doesn't sit with that long, though. It's time to go meet Eddie, who's lost his fucking mind.
Eddie? What are you doing? What does it look like?
He confesses some jock football player was picking on him, so he shot his dog and then shot the dude in the leg. And James is pleading for his fucking life here. Put the goddamn gun down, Eddie.
Eddie, have you gone nuts? I knew it.
You too. You're just like him, James.
Hey, I didn't mean anything.
Don't bother. I understand. You've been laughing at me all along, haven't you? Ever since we first met. I'll kill you, James!
All right, fine, fuck it. Time to have the worst fight in the entire series. All right, despite how silly the fight was, James has just...
Eddie?
Murdered somebody. Self-defense or not. Reality is beginning to shatter for James. Why is he even here? He would have never killed Eddie. He would have never even come here.
Mary. Did you really die 3 years ago?
Is there any salvation we can take from this? Any divine wisdom? What did Mary even write again? Huh. It's still worth it to try and find her, I think. Has to be, right? After an exhausting rowing to the Lakeview Hotel, we once again meet with Laura.
Did I scare you?
Yeah, you did.
And she's got something for us to read and weep.
But she said it in her letter.
What letter?
Wanna read it?
It's a letter from Mary, noting the past year they've known each other, and Mary's wishes to adopt Laura once she felt good enough to leave. There's no way to disprove it either. Mary was here. She was alive.
Laura, how old are you?
I turned 8 last week.
So, Mary couldn't have died 3 years ago. Could she really be here? Is this the quiet, beautiful place she was talking about?
Me and Mary talked a lot about Silent Hill. She even showed me all her pictures. She really wanted to come back. That's why I'm here. Maybe you'll get it if you see the other letter. The one, Mary. Huh? I must have dropped it.
Laura!
I gotta find it!
Laura!
Heart pounding, James's mind begins to race. If he can just make it to room 312, maybe he'll see her. Maybe she can explain. Maybe miraculously things are gonna get better. In the room, James is alone, and fearfully, he fumbles with the videotape he got from the hotel storage. And at the end of his rope, on his very last wish, he inserts the tape, hoping for answers. And what he sees
changes everything.
I'm stopping you right here. If you sat through this explanation, there's a chance you haven't played Silent Hill 2. And what you're about to witness changes the narrative completely. And I'd be doing you such a disservice by not at least warning you to experience this game for yourself. You only get to once. It's a 6-hour game. It's abandonware by most accounts. You can get it free anywhere. I'm serious. I'll even leave a timestamp on the screen if you want to skip this. The ending to this video game is nothing short of brilliant and heartbreaking. You owe it to yourself. All right. If you stayed, Let's do this. I'll guide you through it. Sifting through the memories, watching Mary on the tiny screen, James sits through footage of his own, filming his wife and the beautiful lake beyond her. A reminder of the sunnier life he led before. Things are nice. They're peaceful. Until they're not.
James?
The tape abruptly cuts to CCTV footage. Mary lays in bed, James towering over her, his shadow engulfing her. He grabs for her pillow, her hands too weak to fight back. We already know the end, and we have no choice but to see it. James Sunderland sits in room 312, watching himself smother his wife, Mary Shepard Sunderland, to death in her bed. And eventually, her fighting stops. And she's gone. And James has done it. And there is no one to blame but James. Laura returns to the room, and James is forthcoming with his discovery. She deserves to know.
Mary's gone. She's dead.
She died because she was sick?
No. I killed her.
And she kicks him and beats him to no avail. She screams, she hates him, she tells him he's evil.
She was always waiting for you. Why? Why?
And she's right. It's all true. Before James can even parse his sin, she leaves, and he's alone again. The radio goes off one last time.
James, where are you? I'm waiting for you.
And now he understands. It was a message from Mary, begging him to find her. What left is there for us? Are we too scared? Can we face the woman we loved, the one we killed? There's no choice. This is Silent Hill. Resolution finds you, regardless of your desire. The mask fully off, we see the hotel for what it truly is. A disgusting, dilapidated, waterlogged hellhole. Clearly, it's a victim of fire damage. Scorch marks leap up the walls. The source has to be close. And we're right.
Mama, I was looking for you. Now you're the only one left. Maybe then I can rest. Mama, why are you running away? You're not my mama. It's you. Oh, I'm sorry.
Angela, no.
Or maybe you think you can save me. Will you love me? Take care of me? Heal all my pain? That's what I thought.
Angela stands atop a blazing staircase, looking down at the pathetic man in front of her. Her family members decorate the burning walls, and Angela asks for her knife back. It's pretty clear what she wants. When James refuses, Angela ascends anyways, and we hear the following interaction.
It's hot as hell in here.
You see it too? For me, it's always like this.
And she disappears into those flames. It's never confirmed, but it's very likely Angela ended her own life off-screen. And when Angela explains how her experience had been personalized, tailored to her fears, it illuminates more than we realize. A chief example being that of Abstract Daddy. We experience Silent Hill through James's eyes, his trauma, his faults manifested. That creature appeared as something entirely different to Angela. Something far worse. She couldn't face that alone. Speaking of facing things alone, we need to see Maria one last time to bury our past.
James!
Stop! Leave her alone!
I was weak. That's why I needed you. Needed someone to punish me for my sins. But that's all over now. I know the truth. Now it's time to end this.
Once we defeat the twin pyramid heads, we are led down a near endless hallway. And if you collected the secret cassette tape on the desk in Lakeview near the Purple Bull Key, you also get an additional cutscene where James and Mary both get the news of her terminal illness.
Mary's going to die? You must be joking.
You must be joking.
I'm very sorry.
But you're a doctor. It's your job to heal people. How can you just let her die?
Please, calm down. As her doctor, I promise I'll do what I can.
How long does she have?
I'm afraid I'm not sure. 3 years at most. Perhaps 6 months. It's impossible to say with certainty.
It gives a lot of context and gravity. No known cure, it begins to settle in the back of their minds. This all begins to cascade as James walks down, closer to what he believes to be Mary. And as he does, the following tape plays.
Mary?
What do you want, James?
I brought you some flowers.
Flowers? I don't want any damn flowers. Just go home already.
Mary, what are you saying?
Look, I'm disgusting. I don't deserve flowers. Between the disease and the drugs, I look like a monster. Well, what are you looking at? Get the hell out of here! Leave me alone already! I'm no use to anyone. I'll be dead soon anyway. Maybe today, maybe tomorrow. It'd be easier if they'd just kill me. But I guess the hospital is making a nice profit off me. They want to keep me alive. Are you still here? I told you to go! Are you deaf? Don't come back! James! Wait! Please don't go! Stay with me! Don't leave me alone! I didn't mean what I said! Please, James! Tell me I'll be okay! Tell me I'm not going to die! Help me!
There is significant evidence to believe that James had murdered Mary only days prior to the events of Silent Hill 2. Laura has a physical letter from Mary. James does not. There are also records of their stay being much sooner. The videotapes in perfect condition. Hell, he even left that cassette player there. Mary's just been sick for that long. His life ended those 3 years ago. A shell of his former self, caring for a frail woman he used to know as Mary. Okay, it's time to face the music.
Mary?
When will you ever stop making that mistake? Mary's dead. You killed her.
Maria? It's you. But I don't need you anymore.
What? You must be joking. But I can be yours. I'll be here for you forever. And I'll never yell at you or make you feel bad. That's what you wanted. I'm different than Mary. How can you throw me away?
I understand now. It's time to end this nightmare.
No! I won't let you. You deserve to die too, James.
He's right, that thing's not Mary. So for one last showdown, you shoot that nasty fucking monster down with your shotgun and slay your wife one last time. Is that too soon? That might be too soon. Look, I've written this segment of the script 10 times. I just can't put to words what happens next. If you've enjoyed the best moments of this game enhanced just that much more by the passionate, if not cheesy, voice acting,
Anyway! What do you mean, anyway?
you need to hear Mary's letter, which are read in the last few moments of the game.
Mary?
James. Please. Please do something for me. Go on with your life. In my restless dreams, I see that town. Silent Hill. You promised you'd take me there again someday, but you never did. Well, I'm alone there now, in our special place, waiting for you to come to see me. But you never do. And so I wait, wrapped in my cocoon of pain and loneliness. I know I've done a terrible thing to you. Something you'll never forgive me for. I wish I could change that. But I can't. I feel so pathetic and ugly laying here, waiting for you. Every day I stare up at the cracks in the ceiling, and all I can think about is how unfair it all is. The doctor came today. He told me I could go home for a short stay. It's not that I'm getting better. It's just that this may be my last chance. I think you know what I mean. Even so, I'm glad to be coming home. I've missed you terribly, but I'm afraid, James. I'm afraid you don't really want me to come home. Whenever you come see me, I can tell how hard it is on you. I don't know if you hate me or pity me, or maybe I just disgust you. I'm sorry about that. When I first learned that I was going to die, I just didn't want to accept it. I was so angry all the time, and I struck out at everyone I loved most.
Leave me alone already!
Especially you, James. That's why I understand if you do hate me. But I want you to know this, James. I'll always love you, even though our life together had to end like this. I still wouldn't trade it for the world. We had some wonderful years together. Well, this letter's gone on too long, so I'll say goodbye. I told the nurse to give this to you after I'm gone. That means that as you read this, I'm already dead. I can't tell you to remember me, but I can't bear for you to forget me. These last few years since I became ill, I am so sorry for what I did to you, did to us. You've given me so much, and I haven't been able to return a single thing. That's why I want you to live for yourself now. Do what's best for you, James. James, you made me happy.
Yeah, it looked like that too. So I chose the leave ending for this video. I felt like breaking a cycle and learning to grieve was the best possible outcome for James. I found it fitting and appropriate to his character. And look, I'm explaining myself because there's not actually any canonical ending. According to the document titled Lost Memories, Silent Hill Chronicle, they state the following.
Of the 4 conclusions, there is no one correct interpretation. Each ending indicates a different possibility.
So Silent Hill 2 lives in a nebulous canon, and I believe them. This document had massive staff contributions and was extremely in-depth for its time, and I think the staff of Silent Hill know a
Little more about fighting than you do, pal, because he invented it.
Anyways, Schrodinger's wife, if you will. And I think that's perfectly apt for its tone. A gray area of information. A miasma of what could have been. Unless, of course, you count the dog ending, because that one explains itself pretty well. Yeah, so Silent Hill is not actually based on Centralia, Pennsylvania, despite popular belief. The fog was merely a facade to hide the limitation of the hardware, which was just a happy accident that defined a franchise. Though, speaking of Northeast US, Silent Hill actually does have a definitive location. The state of Maine. Yeah, they kind of had it up in the air for the first game, but by SH2, they were like, alright, let's plop it in the most haunted place in the world, New England. Born from a Wish is a supplementary story provided by the special edition of Silent Hill 2, which tells the story of Maria, moments before she and James meet. And it starts off pretty strong.
Do I fight and live? Or do those monsters get me? I don't have any reason to go on living.
Quite the first impression. I mean, these games don't fuck around. And when she decides it's just not worth it, she wanders the city until she happens upon a mansion. Ernest Baldwin, the man on the other side, bars her entry until she completes a series of tasks for him. They have a few conversations. One a warning against James, claiming him as a bad man. And the woman he's looking for is a...
He's looking for the you that isn't you.
And once she does do these tasks and opens the door, she finds the house completely empty. Nobody's home. Once again, she lifts her gun, and still, is strong enough to seek James. Perhaps he'd be her respite. Perhaps he'd be her home.
James.
Mary? No, you're not.
Do I look like your girlfriend? My name is Maria.
Since the last video, Bloober Team has knocked SH2 Remake out of the park, which means there's 3 new endings we get to talk about. Stillness, Bliss, and a secret third ending. In the remake, the PTV drug, White Claudia, actually unlocks an entirely new ending. Bliss, where James experiences a hallucination, shunted back in time with his wife Mary before her illness. And Stillness is very reminiscent of the In Water ending. So much so, it's required to have completed that route to even obtain this ending. Where which, James takes it upon himself to enter the lake alone. And the third ending? They might be listening, okay? We can't talk.
Get ready for the unexpected.
This commercial interruption is brought to you by GamerSups, where every single day can be the scariest of your life. What's more haunting than a fat pair of beautiful honkers? And if that isn't your cup of sludge, there's hundreds of options to find within our crypt. Isn't that right, Chip? Chipmunky-chan?
Hey, what did I say about screwing the lid on so tight? I was suffocating in there. Did you not hear that?
I'm sorry. Look, I'll talk to someone, all right? I'll see who's in charge.
Yeah, you fucking better, buddy. I almost died. Where's my workers' comp? You know, I'm sick of this shit, man. I'm sick of this shit.
Use code CHIP at checkout for a free sample bag and additional 10% off your first order.
It's the year 2000, 17 years after the events of Silent Hill. And Heather is having the worst nightmare of maybe all fucking time.
Bag up. Put it in reverse, Terry!
You're dodging and weaving through like 6 different monster species. It's the most action-packed introduction to an SH game. And if you even had a second to pause and catch your breath, you might actually recognize the locale. It's the Lakeside Amusement Park from the first game. Huh, I wonder what the implications of that might be.
What a nightmare.
I'll be honest, I probably would have the same dream if I fell asleep at a Burger King in the mall. Anyways, Heather collects herself and decides to head home. As she's making a call to her father, she's accosted by a pretty strange figure.
Okay, I will. I love you too, Dad.
That of Douglas Cartland, a private investigator.
A detective? Really? Well, nice talking to you.
Now, Douglas mentions that he has news about Heather's birth, but he's not being forthcoming with the information. And Heather is no pushover. State your business or get kicked in the dick.
Are you still following me? Do I have to scream?
Sorry. I'll wait here.
So she takes the back streets into the mall to try to avoid him, and it looks like she's gonna get away scot-free until... Yeah, a fucking monster. Okay, I guess the mall is infested. I better grab that handgun and get to work.
Get the hell away from me!
And while Heather is navigating through the fucking back rooms, she encounters a rather strange figure, Claudia Wolf, High Priestess of the Order.
I am Claudia.
So what?
Remember me, and your true self as well. Also, that which you must become. The one who will lead us to paradise with blood-stained hands.
She's fucking barefoot in the service hallway. There is no way this bitch is good news. Honestly, don't fucking listen to her, Heather. She's so full of shit. There is no way this situation gets worse. Never mind. Sorry. The Otherworld Mall is an absolute shit show. It's haunting, it's horrifying, it's harrowing. But beyond all odds, Heather survives and once again surfaces in reality. She gets a good idea. She should probably take the subway home as a Hail Mary to get the fuck out of Dodge. But before she can make it, she once again runs into Douglas in the mall lobby.
You must be one of them!
What did I do? And what do you mean by one of them?
The two butt heads again, and Heather susses out that Douglas must be with Claudia. But that was the extent of the deal. He had no clue that a woman like Claudia Wolf might not be up to any good. And honestly, Heather's justifiably pissed.
Maybe you're just an innocent bystander, but I can't feel sorry for you because you dragged me into this.
You know what? Let's just get the fuck out of here, man.
What should I do?
Hell if I know.
I'm sure I don't have to explain to you that the subway also, fucking sucks right now. It's a long trip, and atmospherically, it's kind of one of my favorite locations. Once Heather disembarks the metro, she comes across an unnamed construction site leading to the Hilltop Center. And if you thought we were in the back rooms before, wait till you see this shit. It's here in a stuffy office hellhole where Heather meets somebody new, Vincent Smith.
The name's Vincent. Don't forget it, okay?
Who's just chilling in here, like, damn, bitch, you live like this? Heather once again clocks a stranger as a complete red flag and tells him to fuck off.
Don't talk about my dad like that!
Sorry. I apologize. Please, calm down.
There's something wrong with you too.
Besides, a better usage of our time right now would be to recite a fairy tale to obliterate Glutton. This is Glutton, by the way. Whew, alright, back to the real world. Yeah, and Heather doesn't waste any time. The moment she sees she's in the clear, she makes a break for the Daisy Villa Apartments. And as she clicks open her apartment door, hoping to see her father, her wish is granted, in the worst fashion possible.
Dad, I'm home. Listen, something really crazy's going on. I think we should... Dad? Dad?
No!
This clearly is a horrible tragedy, and it strikes a deep question. Why would her father be a target for murder? What role did he and his death play into this grand scheme? Both we and Heather find our answers at the end of a bloody trail. Atop the apartment complex, in the inky black night, stands Claudia Wolf.
Did you do this?
You're late.
But why? Why?
It must be this way. One day you'll understand why.
No, I'll never understand!
You must try to remember me, and your true self as well. You will birth a god and build an eternal paradise.
Birth a god? Wait a second. Is Heather Cheryl? Was her father Harry Mason? We don't even get time to think about this. It's time to fight the missionary.
I'll be waiting where all begins. In the town of Silent Hill.
In the back of your mind, while you pump this dude full of fucking lead, reality is starting to cascade at your feet. And everything's fitting together. Harry clearly took Cheryl in, housed her, fed her, and protected her. He went as far to change her alias, relocated her, and evaded the cult for 17 years. All so she could live a happy, normal life, oblivious to her grand circumstance. And 'twas no easy task. Harry held that shit down till his very end. Kinda king shit. Douglas also shows up again and offers to lay Harry to rest and to drive Heather to Silent Hill. They have a back and forth about the situation as a whole. Douglas is trying his absolute best to keep Heather on the straight and narrow.
When I find her, I'll kill her myself.
Revenge doesn't solve anything.
Maybe not, but that's what I'm going to do.
Harry's all Heather had left. I don't exactly blame her, but Douglas does hold a good point. He also holds something else. A map of the town and a gift from Vincent.
I just met some guy named Vincent.
Icky, you. Douglas relays a message from him saying to look for Leonard Wolfe, Claudia's father. And to cap it all off, a final gift, a notebook from Harry.
Now, 17 years have passed. It feels like only yesterday, and again, it feels like a million years ago. I confess, I had reservations at first about raising the baby. Could I love her? Her existence was thoroughly unexplainable. I thought she could be the young woman who snatched away my daughter. That led to sadness, anger. There were times when I put my hands around her tiny little throat. Several times I even considered abandoning her. That's what a terrible person I am, but I decided to raise her after all. I just couldn't seem to let her go. When you look at me, you laugh. So even now, I can't forget about that girl. But I love you. I have no doubts about that. That's all I ask you to believe. To my precious daughter, Harry Mason.
Yeah, the contents of the note are banal. And you know, it's Silent Hill that I would trust to handle the subject so articulately. Harry's not infallible, and nowhere near the man we idolized him to be. The impossible burden of raising the incarnation of your daughter while being saddled by unknowable evil, it would drive a man to madness. And Harry clearly seemed to be at the precipice more than once. The source of your joy and your unending pain lying just a room over, sleeping soundly. It's hard to stomach, but it's extremely profound, and that's kind of what I love about the series. So, Heather gets one last chance to see her father for who he was and say her goodbyes. Then, it's back to Silent Hill, Maine. Huh. Man, even the map is the same. I just played SH2, so this was already nostalgic for me. Speaking of SH2, you'd have no clue it happened here. A lot of the vacancy reinforces the nebulous nature of its ending. Did anything even happen here? Is anyone around? It's near impossible to tell, and really the only hints you would get require you to have an SH2 save on your PS2. Like this poster in Heaven's Night that likely refers to Maria. That's kind of all you get. Also, if you remember Brookhaven Hospital from 2, then this likely looks familiar. It's here where Leonard Wolfe is situated, in a cesspool of mangled nurses and labyrinthine hallways. Again, pretty familiar. These are left by Stanley Coleman, a patient who's becoming increasingly obsessed with Heather. And if you inspect the doll before and after reading the note, yeah, I agree. While trudging through the hospital, Heather starts to get glimpses of her past as Alessa. For instance, the fire that burned her alive at the age of 7, and the hospital bed where the cult operated on her from. Eventually, Heather gets a call from Leonard. Mistaking her for a cult member, he lets slip that he wants to kill his own daughter.
I was going to forgive her if she changed her ways, but I see it's too late.
And when Heather explains that she's just Heather Mason and she's gonna be the one to do it, he,
I think I can be of help to you. I have a seal. Please.
A seal?
Anyway, nightmare mode once again. And Heather heads down to the sewer to find none other than Leonard Wolf.
Leonard? Is that you?
Death to all who turn their backs on God!
Is every person here a mental case?
I think this fight's kind of funny, actually. I love the way he flies up when you shoot him. Anyways, Heather acquires the Seal of Metatron from Leonard, a talisman of the real-life angel of Hebrew mythology. And it was given its name due to its extreme difficulty to control, so keep that in mind when you see it again. And while Heather's doing all this, Vincent and Claudia are just in her hotel room bitching to each other.
What you call faith is nothing more than a child crying out for love. That's why you're all alone.
And after that spat's over, Vincent waits to surprise Heather. And he tells her that Douglas left a message stating the church is on the other side of the lake. Also, he's the father of the fucking cult, and he sees a different path for the chapter. So anyways, Claudia's at the church right now if you want to go kick her ass. Great, thanks, I'm going. Remember, if she's gonna do that, she's gonna have to go through Lakewood Amusement Park. And remembering the nightmare from the beginning, that's not gonna be fun. Learning from past conviction though, she is able to leap out of the way this time, and thank God she does. There's work to be done. We find that Claudia is once again arguing, her fucking favorite thing to do. This time it's with Douglas, who's fighting for Heather's freedom. Claudia's not having that. God needs to be reborn to bring paradise to Earth. And Douglas argues that a world without strife is far from a paradise. It's more like limbo.
No this, no that, no nothing. A paradise? For castrated sheep, maybe. Sounds pretty boring.
And Claudia, through gritted teeth, spits that she pities his insolence. And Douglas just pulls out the fucking blicky. What happens immediately after? Nobody knows. We do see the aftermath, and it sucks. Douglas's leg is snapped thanks to Claudia's mind powers, and now he can't accompany Heather. Which is like no sweat off our backs, we'll just come back for you, dude. Besides, we want to visit the amusement park anyways, so it's whatever.
You don't have to feel responsible. I know it's not your fault.
Also, the amusement park itself is extremely charming. I love it. Heather enters a haunted house tour, and this like whole shtick, I don't know, like I enjoyed this a lot.
You know why he said he killed his family? Because I felt I had to! Anyway, I'm lying. It's all just a joke. I wanted to scare you, that's all. The truth is, only one person died. By suicide.
This sets her up for the fucking Indiana Jones run she has to take out of the place. Yeah, the hotel threatens to kill you. It's either run for your life or die by the color red. Eventually, the wandering through the park is cut short by the realization of where we are. Precisely where Harry Mason once stood those 17 years ago. Completely untouched by time. I mean, to even confirm that, there's notes left by Harry that still remain. Man, this feels so much like Silent Hill 1. I think the only thing missing is like a fight on the carousel. Oh. Oh. Hey, remember that moment in the mirror? Looks kind of familiar, right? Say hello to the memory of Alessa, the incarnation of her inner self, burdened by the birth of God, the weight of the Order, and the last in line to the Holy Mother. Alessa is so desperate to obliterate God, she will do whatever it takes, even if it means eliminating herself. Eliminating Heather Mason. Okay, now say goodbye to the memory of Alessa. It was a nice try. It's alright, sweetie. We're on the same team. Sorry. And you know what? To honor Alessa, let's go kick the shit out of the worst friend she ever had. Claudia.
How did you get here?
Heather chews Claudia the fuck out.
Listen, suffering is a fact of life. Either you learn how to deal with that or you go under. You can stay in your own little dream world, but you can't keep hurting other people. Besides, I'll never forgive you for hurting my father.
She's the only one who could know how Alessa's feeling, and she says she's perfectly fine with how the world is.
I don't need another world. It's fine the way it is.
I mean, according to Heather. And Claudia's riposte to this actually does kind of go hard. This is a pretty memorable line.
Happy people can be so cruel. Is it so hard to believe that sympathy could be born out of pain and suffering?
But Heather remains steadfast. Suffering is human, and it's an intrinsic fact, inseparable from reality. For there to be pleasure, there must exist pain. Speaking of pain, by the way.
You self-righteous witch! No one asked you to help!
It's growing within you.
Alright, so with Claudia gone, Heather's got no choice but to push further into the church. Where, again, she finds Vincent. And the two share a few words about their predicament. And then he just drops this bombshell.
Monsters? They look like monsters to you? Don't worry. It's just a joke.
Alright, quit fucking with us, Vincent. Does the Seal of Metatron actually do anything?
Yes, that's it. As long as we have that, we're fine.
Okay, he seems convinced. I'm feeling pretty good. When we find Claudia again, she's fucking fed up with this shit show. It's actually bringing her closer to paradise with all that hate and whatnot.
You mock God? Traitor. You will go to hell.
Not that again!
But once again, Heather throws another perfect line right in her face.
Shut your stinking mouth, bitch!
Damn. And you know what? It feels good to see there's some people in the world who get it.
Heather, go ahead and kill this crazy bitch.
You go to hell!
And Vincent cuts in, hardly breathing, to say she should use the seal. This shit is gonna kick her ass.
You're pathetic.
This shit definitely did not kick her ass.
But God loves even you.
Sorry, Vincent. Heather's pissed. like really pissed.
Just accept it, Alessa.
When she can get it back together, you're prompted with either fighting Claudia or pilfering through your inventory. The keen-eyed will remember seeing a pendant from the start of the game, a gift from Harry. Inside this capsule is a Glaufitus. You remember that stuff?
A Glaufitus! I thought I got rid of that!
Oh wait, how is this gonna exorcise God if it's inside of her?
What are you doing?
Dad.
She is nearly here. Alessa, what have you done? What did you swallow?
Oh, ew. Not only does she puke it out, she goes to stomp on it.
Stop! God is...
Claudia!
No, Claudia, do not eat that. Don't you fucking dare. That's the most... Ew! God damn it. So now Claudia's corpse is the host of God.
This is God?
Which has taken on the form of a skeletal Alessa. It's fucking haunting, man. Fuck. Also, this little gremlin who grabbed her earlier, that's Valtiel. He's an angel of the order and a servant to whatever the fuck this is. And now I guess there's no other choice. Let's kick some divine ass. Honestly, pretty easy fight if you know where to stand. Few shotgun slugs to the dome and... jackpot! And barely making it out alive, Heather finally has a moment alone. And in that moment, it finally settles. Like lead in her chest, the grief washes over her.
Dad! Dad!
Eventually, time passes and Heather shambles her way to the park. And something's off. Douglas growing more and more nervous as she approaches. And as she lifts her blade, ready to plunge it into the detective,
You're still alive.
Oh! Just a joke.
joke's on you, motherfucker. All right, you got me. That's why you're the best, Heather.
You don't have to call me that. I'm not hiding anymore.
Or should I say Cheryl? Yeah.
Cheryl.
Cheryl's nice. And once again proving why she's the best Silent Hill protagonist, when asked if she's gonna change her hair back, she answers,
I don't know. Don't you think blondes have more fun?
And here we are. The final moments of Silent Hill 3, with Cheryl making peace with her past and saying her goodbyes to her father, Harry. From this day forward, Cheryl Mason is a free woman. And Silent Hill sleeps once again. At the time, Silent Hill 2 was criticized online for not focusing on Alessa Gillespie and its differing art style. As a result, Team Silent decided not to move forward with their original plans for Silent Hill 3. Instead, they chose to conclude the Alessa storyline from the original Silent Hill and tie up some loose ends to appease fans. Not every member of Team Silent agreed with the decision, though Akihiro Imamura noted that they also did not want to use a similar template for 2 games in a row. In Brookhaven Hospital, there's a note that is an allusion to Silent Hill 4, specifically mentioning the Wish House and the concrete prison. There's also a guy on the end of a phone in Silent Hill 3 that congratulates Heather on her 17th, 24th, and 31st birthday.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday.
Cheryl was 7 at the time of Silent Hill, with Alessa at 14, so this corresponds directly to the ages they would have been in the year 2000. So technically, Heather is all 3 of these ages. Oh, also, lastly, a DVD was released to follow Silent Hill 3's debut, titled Lost Memories, the art and music of Silent Hill, which showcased most, if not all, of the CG cutscenes from the games, the full soundtracks, and even a myriad of illustrations and pictures. Pretty cool too is there's even a secret section from Born from a Wish's content. I think that's kind of neat. The DVD also came with storyboards and 3 completely new music videos, which we will get into, just not yet. And now that we've wrapped Silent Hill 3 and are set to begin 4, I feel like this is the best time to unravel The Order, as both games I feel involve them the most. Put simply, The Order is an esoteric doomsday cult, with invisible ties all over the globe. The seal you've seen pretty much everywhere is known simply as the Halo of the Sun, a symbol which represents the aspects of their god. The physical attributes of the symbol are of religious syncretism, which is to say it's a melting pot of holy iconography. Firstly, the lettering on the circumference here is in Rova Shiraj, a now aged Hungarian alphabet. There are also Norse characters from the Elder Futhark, the oldest known runic alphabet. Alongside those runes, there are also arrows that represent Tyr, the Norse god of war, for fortune and battle. Also, not to mention these P symbols, which are of the Old English Wunjor or Win, Anglo-Frisian Futhark runes, which bring, quote, joy, prosperity, and relief from troubles. The rings within the sun represent the cosmology of the religion, with the three main being steel, blood, and light, and the lesser consisting of fire, air, water, earth, and wood. The symbols within the halo itself, in summation, are likely the Eye of Providence from Christianity, an inverted Dagaz rune to represent Saturn and Cronus, the Greek god of time. There's a crab to signify the zodiac Cancer. There is a trident alongside Capricorn, Pisces, Libra. There are so many colliding religious symbols all in one seal. It's a massively interesting deep dive. We could go on forever. But we're not done with the secrets. Yeah, that's right. That's right, the name Alessa has been preordained. It's been here the whole time! Let's talk about the sexts. Get your mind out of the gutter. The order itself is a Gnostic religion, comprised of many different sects. Silent Hill 3 is involved with a sect of the Holy Woman, or Holy Mother, seeing the rebirth of God, a red-haired woman in crimson robes. And you can walk through and see all of the tenets of the religion depicted in those same paintings. She's given the Judeo-Christian name of God, despite her appearance not resembling anything close to the deity. There are also many lesser gods within the religion, and various ways to communicate with them. It's even believed that the rebirth ending of Silent Hill 2 is communing with either a patriarch deity or Zuchilbara, the Red God. In fact, Valtiel, one of God's closest creations, has his own sect dedicated to his holiness, where members would dress as him and execute those in his name. It's hypothesized that even Pyramid himself could be a creation of this group. In fact, the sect of Valtiel were so violent to its children, hosting the Wish House orphanage created from the 4S, Silent Hill Smile Support Society. In those walls, a young boy, Walter Sullivan, had his head filled with such repugnant nonsense and witnessed so many countless murders, and at a very impressionable age, one Dahlia Gillespie spoke about his sleeping mother in the town of Ashfield, and if he wished, he could wake her with a ritual known as the 21 Sacraments. Walter Sullivan believes that room 302 is his mother. It's 2001, and on a fair morning in South Ashfield, just a half-day's drive away from Silent Hill, people are caught in the hustle and bustle of the small city, quietly humming to the beat of their own drum. It's a tough place, but in spite of it all, folks are able to find their way, carving a path through life. Life's pretty simple in South Ashfield. Unless, of course, you're Henry Townsend. Completely shut in, Henry has become entombed by his apartment, to no fault of his own. No matter how much he screams and pleads to be freed, his cries fall upon deaf ears. Henry is alone. But not forgotten. Eileen Galvin, his next-door neighbor, seems worried. She hasn't seen hide nor tail of Henry for a while now. And when she's able to rouse the superintendent, Frank Sunderland, they both investigate room 302 together, all while Henry watches helplessly. He's not out of the loop entirely, though. Room 302, as expected by now, is not an ordinary one. It's fucking haunted. Like actually haunted. The walls of the buildings are permeable and nebulous. Things change all the time. For instance, a manifested peephole directly into Eileen's room. Henry's not exactly a pervert, he's just a guy, with Eileen being his only lifeline, so naturally he's desperate to reach out. Once again, deaf ears, but he learns from watching her that she's just killing time before she heads to a party. Also, hey Robbie, it's good to see you again. The strangeness has only begun, because after a week in captivity, Henry discovers a gaping hole in his bathroom wall.
What the hell?
Seeing as it's his only way out, he ventures in. And while he surfaces from this shit tunnel, he arrives in an unintended destination, a derelict subway station.
What the hell?
Where which he meets.
Who are you?
Cynthia Velasquez. She's honestly just having fun with it all, because she's pretty convinced she's dreaming. And maybe that's why she feels like she can say this to Harry unprompted.
Say, will you help me find it? I'm kinda scared all alone. I'll do a special favor for you later.
Don't you even think about that shit, Henry. This shitstorm has only just begun.
I think I drank too much last night. I never got to do that special favor for you. I feel like I'm dying.
It's okay. It's just a dream.
Henry wakes up in his own bed after the events and confirms that Cynthia is a goner. These strings of attacks do not cease, and eventually it claims the lives of Jasper Gain, Andrew DeSalvo, and Richard Braintree. Jasper is found at the Wish House, featured in an article by Joseph Schreiber, the previous tenant of Room 302 during the events of Silent Hill 3. For those eagle-eyed viewers, you'd know this is bad news. It fronts as an orphanage with this concrete prison everyone talks about. And that place. Jasper also mentions Nakihona, the Spirit Stone.
Nakihona.
And he's got a t-shirt of the Incubus from SH1. Dude, I want that shit. Where'd you get that? Oh shit, I'll come back later. It's fine. So it's pretty clear Henry's knee-deep in someone's master plan. Everyone who's been slain has these numbers writ upon them, and their hearts have been removed. It's matching up a little too well to a string of murders committed a few years prior by somebody pretty infamous. You might be asking, who? Walter Sullivan. A man born in the bathtub of Room 302, abandoned by parents who wished nothing to do with him. He was found by Frank Sunderland and surrendered to the medics, where he would grow up orphaned. He found the Wish House within the forests of Silent Hill and was inducted into the Order. As he grew within the cult, Walter decided that he would awaken Room 302, his mother, once more. And he'd do it through the ritual of the
21 Sacraments.
This would see him responsible for 10 murders, 2 of which we actually heard about in Silent Hill 2. The case of Billy and Miriam Locane. Apart from Walter's tribulations, Frank felt compelled to hold on to Walter's umbilical cord.
The umbilical cord I keep in a box in my room.
He mentions not being able to let that moment go, to the idea of this being a trauma response for Frank. Recently, it's begun to rot, and in Silent Hill logic, that can really only mean one thing. Despite his death in prison years prior, Walter walks the earth once more, and there is hell to pay. Henry's getting wise to the fact that the worlds he's been visiting are in fact other worlds. multiple, and they're all conjured from Walter's subconscious. He performed the ritual, the Holy Assumption, which allowed himself to be his 11th victim, and now he haunts worlds alongside a child version of himself. Stay with me, okay? Stay with me. Cynthia, Jasper, Andrew, and Richard are now the 16th through the 19th. And if there's only 21 murders needed, who's going to be his 20th? Fuck. Okay, don't worry, Eileen. We're gonna save you, okay? Just don't worry.
I can't. Thanks.
Luckily, Eileen seems to get along really well with baby Walter. In fact, he saved her life from other Walter. This would make her the first victim to get away, but not at a small cost. She's now branded for life by her would-be killer, constantly reminding her of her near-death experience. And just like that, Henry wakes up again in his own home. Ambulance sirens fill the air. And a new game mechanic actually is revealed. Hauntings. Your apartment is just kind of low-key haunted, and it hurts to look at it. Oof, ow, ooh. And you gotta clear these things if you want to get the good ending. I'm just letting you know ahead of time. Anyways, Henry and Eileen finally get to team up. He tries taking her through the hole to get back to his apartment, but she's quick to point out she can't see that.
And I didn't see any hole either. You just disappeared all of a sudden.
Oh fuck, every hole is personalized? The last dude to mess around with any of this was Joseph Schreiber, and he's slowly drip-feeding Henry notes on how to deal with all this. Joe is in too deep and fell victim to the schemes, but he could at least help the next guy break the cycle. And how are we gonna do that? Oh, well, by, quote, going down into the deepest part of him and look for the ultimate truth. Of course, it's so simple. All right, Eileen, let's get you out of this stuffy hospital. I'm so sorry. You don't deserve this.
I'm scared.
Really, nothing pains me more than seeing her in this state. I'm just really sorry for peeping in on... What the fuck? This shit made my blood run cold when I first saw it. It's fucking scary, man. To make matters worse, Eileen does not see this. Once again, this is personal to Henry. You feeling a little guilty, pal? Speaking of guilt, remember how he failed to save literally anybody? Yeah, so does Cynthia. She's not the only one either. Every victim now haunts their respective world as a ghost, and ghosts in Silent Hill fucking suck to deal with. Anyways, cheat the one of the few bosses in the game, and we finally get to see Joseph's memory of 302. And we actually meet the man himself, sorta. I mean, I think this is just like a simulacrum, a manifest of all his memories.
You've done well to make it this far.
Fucking scary regardless. We're not actually through with the haunting imagery, because Joe tells Henry that he and Eileen are 20 and 21 respectively.
The mother will be born. Eileen Galvin. Number 21. The receiver of wisdom. Henry Townsend.
The only way this is going to end is going to be with the killing of Walter. Joe tells him to grab the pickaxe of hope and get to mining his own apartment. And what he finds, I'm just going to show you. I don't really think any words are going to do this justice. Yeah. Jesus. Henry grabs the keys from his pocket and finally frees himself from 302. Only to find the entire complex looks fucking awful.
No way. Not here, too.
Eileen agrees. waiting for Henry just around the bend, and they reunite, vowing to put an end to this. Henry takes a detour to purify Walter's hanging corpses for a moment and go check out his umbilical cord. And it gives him like the worst migraine of all time. Also, Eileen is starting to feel some guilt. You know, baby Walter saved her life. It's only fair that she return that favor. So she tells Henry to go on ahead.
We're the only ones. The only ones that can stop him.
You know what? We should probably check on Walter's fucking corpse in our room. I don't want anyone finding that. And it's gone. It's gone. Fucking awesome. I bet he's in that gigantic hole down there. You know, this scene would be like breathtaking if I weren't scared shitless. Okay, here we are, the finale. And to put things simply here, Walter has possessed Eileen. She's about to walk into this thing unless we stab the spears of Longinus into this bad boy. But we can't exactly do that, not before we give the conjurer a little gift in the form of, yeah, you guessed it, the umbilical cord. This would be easy street if that's all that was going on, but Walter is able to just fucking teleport at will. And you're just gonna have to eat these bullets more often than not because his backhand is fucking insane. Anyways, with the conjurer down, it's time to beat the brakes off this little freak, and pow!
Eileen?
Thanks. Guess I'll have to find a new place to live, huh?
What about mine?
What about my house?
If you remember this guy from the beginning, this is Jimmy Stone. He was an executioner for the sect of Valtiel, and was also Walter's first ever victim. I hear he was a dick anyways, but I mean, his name was literally the Red Devil. That newspaper article from Silent Hill mentions both Walter and Jimmy, foreshadowing the consequences of their actions in SH4. George Roston was Jimmy's right-hand man and implanted Valtiel into Walter's subconscious at an extremely young age. And apparently Valtiel influenced Walter to commence the 21 Sacraments. But it was absolutely not how they envisioned this. Before they could quash it, Walter had made a list and checked it twice. Sayonara, motherfuckers. Also, the infamous twin victims, arguably one of the most horrific SH monsters, is actually Miriam and Billy Locane, Walter's victims mentioned in the same letter. They're the few that did not manifest as ghosts and instead fused and cursed to roam the earth as this horrific creature. Konami had also released an external material for Silent Hill 4, The Room, titled Another Crimson Tome. It's written from an in-universe perspective and elaborates on the game's mythology. It explains a lot about Walter and the context behind the selection of his victims. Each selected was a person in Walter's past. And one passage that truly broke my heart was hearing how he met Eileen. He was a homeless 16-year-old kid panhandling in Ashfield when he was approached by a 5-year-old Eileen. The only thing she had to offer was a woven doll, and carefully he accepted it before her parents scolded her and absconded her. For a total of 18 years alive and dead, he held onto this doll as his most treasured possession before offering it to Henry for comfort.
Here. give it to you.
Okay, now with Team Silent's run said and done, one could arguably say you've experienced Silent Hill for what it was meant to offer. I see the rest of the games and comics as supplementary material to a greater whole. I specifically put them later despite their chronology because the games hit just that much harder if you're a fan, or at least aware of the legacy. Sometimes they hit worse, but that's beside the point.
Sweetie, is that you?
People have been arguing for over a decade of what's considered canon, and I think it's a giant can of worms and extremely subjective. It's really going to be what you've decided Silent Hill is about. So to save you the days of digging through Reddit threads and interviews, I'll just break it to you like this. 1 through 4, definitive Silent Hill experience. If you decided to call it quits, honestly, perfectly fine. You've experienced Silent Hill. But a counteroffer. I think these next games are worth at least learning about. Listen, if you become a fan during the course of the video, or you're a stereotypical lifelong fan plays game for the first time kind of bloke, you owe it to yourself to at least see these. But even if you don't, it's fun. They're what-ifs and interesting peeks into other possibilities. At least from a gameplay perspective, it's more of what you like, and hopefully less of what you don't. Alright, enough blabbing. We're gonna get back to the very, very beginning with our one and only comic of this video. Silent Hill, Past Life. Hey, funny stuff about this whole Team Silent business. If you're gonna get the complete lore, you'll need to know the whole story about the development team, which means I have to deliver some harsh news. Team Silent doesn't exist. It never has. In no message boards or official documentation does this name arise. Team Silent is an American euphemism for the internal members of KSET. The series changed hands very often in its lifetime. Many people, myself included, even in this video, lauded a fictitious group, praising the idea of an authorship funded by one of the largest companies in gaming. It was too good to be true. That's not to say that the senior members from the first game didn't participate in the unraveling legacy, because many of the same faces had a hand in crafting the pantheon of the original 4. In fact, there has always and will still remain many Silent Hill teams, working on multiple games at once. In fact, that explains the release window between 3 and 4 being only a year apart. Truthfully, KSET had their fingers in many pies. Most Silent Hill products passed through the office with varying degrees of involvement from the original teams. Some have said, and much more articulate than I, that the Silent Hill series reads more as an anthology, and that's correct. If we were to look at who led each project, you'd understand pretty quickly why each game feels so different. Konami alone didn't spell death for KSET. The Reaper for many ambitious project had taken claim of Silent Hill as well. Just plain Jane capitalism and corporate greed. I know, boring. No one stormed out of the office, dissatisfied with compromises on their vision, just sales not matching their initial meteoric success, and, well, important faces leaving their positions due to unwanted pressure in their workforce. To me, this doesn't mar the amazing feats that the staff pulled. Silent Hill as a game was lightning in a bottle. For instance, artist Takayoshi Sato, the man solely responsible for all of the CG cutscenes in SH1, states that his first industry job was working on an adult-oriented version of KSET's second ever game, Sexy Parodius. What an amazing breakout role, I just thought that was funny. News about the internal machinations of KSET aren't easy to come by, especially if you're American. The fable of Konami dismantling Team Silent came around more than a decade ago, and it really stuck. It is true that after Silent Hill 4: The Room, all members of the original staff had pretty much left the building, and once under new management, Silent Hill Origins had released to very mixed reception, and that left a bad taste in the mouth of many, and that only further pressed the mystery of the team's dissolving. Though many of the staff jumped ship to some success, leaving some to believe that the breakup was actually almost amicable, but others weren't convinced. Of all the places we could land, DeviantArt might come as unsuspected. Kinsey Lamar held a DA page during the early years of his career as a 3D character artist, where which he shared his thoughts on life and the gaming industry as a whole. His quaint corner of the website would eventually make waves through the internet with claims after his time working with Double Helix on Silent Hill Homecoming, stating that Konami was to blame for the knife in Team Silent's back.
Just remember and never forget that if you don't like the direction of where Silent Hill went, the only people you can blame are Konami themselves. They are the ones who canned Team Silent and wanted someone else to make the games.
Now, look, that's just a rumor. There's no way to authenticate that claim, but everywhere you look, that's been taken as fact, and it's largely left the circle of just Kinsey's page. What isn't a subjective fact is Konami's baffling decisions, fueled by pleasing shareholders in a race to the bottom. Simply put, they just weren't in touch with what made Silent Hill the trailblazer it was. They merely saw what worked and then cranked it to 11, giving us some of the most astonishing SH properties we'll ever see. That's actually not all Kinsey had to say. And here, Lamar continues.
To further prove what I'm saying, they made an arcade-style Silent Hill shoot-'em-up gun game. How Silent Hill is that?
Released July 25th, 2007 to arcades in Japan. To me, this is one of the ultimate examples of the dichotomy of Konami's vision versus Team Silent's. By this point, you've seen plenty of what Silent Hill is about. Survival horror, limited resources, creatures obscured, waiting around every corner. The last bastion between you and an early grave are a handheld radio and a few bottled health tonics. Mwah. Beautiful. Okay, you got that in your mind? Imagine the exact fucking opposite of that feeling. Yeah, SH Arcade is a rail shooter, and it feels like 2010's Resident Evils more than anything else. But still, lore-wise, it's actually a really exciting topic. The game centers on a case that occurred on Toluca Lake, and if you've played Silent Hill 2, in Toluca Prison, there's a magazine titled Legend of the Lake, and it speaks about the Little Baroness, a ghost ship that failed to return to port in 1918. It wouldn't be sighted for 11 long years, until one misty morning in 1939. Now the game itself skips past this. We don't really know what people see on that boat. But the Silent Hill 2 novel, written just a few years ago, has a few possible answers. That the boat had been discovered with not a soul on board. The vessel itself was completely unmarred and pristine. People consider that a mass suicide was a logical explanation for the sudden disappearance of the crew and clientele, but no conclusive evidence was ever found. Unsatisfied with that answer, 2 high school students ventured on a small craft into the same area to investigate, and they too would never be seen again. Legend has it that boats on the lake at midnight will see their engines die, and they will be stranded until morning. Should they survive, of course. People know to steer clear of Toluca Lake, as many bodies lie in its bed. And quote, their bony hands reach up towards the boats who pass overhead. This, however, is silly hearsay of an urban legend long overblown, with not really any evidence to back it. Well, until now. Now, Arcade is a 2-player game, so I grabbed my buddy Kiza, this guy right here, because we're both pretty big SH fans and we wanted to play this together. And what a wonderful time it was. I mean, we loved it. We laughed and laughed, we joked around. What do you mean I deleted the fucking footage? Silent Hill, the arcade's plot, is expectedly simple. After 75 long years, in 1993, Eric, Tina, Bill, Jesse, Ryan, and George, heads of their university's occult club, take a road trip to Silent Hill to visit Toluca Lake. And they're specifically looking to see about those bodies that lie in the bed. So they spend the night at Jack's Inn, a location made famous in SH3. I mean, hell, they might even stay in the same room. Eric, our fabled deuteragonist, has a horrific nightmare and awakens in a fright. When he and Tina run outside, he discovers Bill was attacked by something. What it was remains a mystery. And what's even worse is that the rest of their friends have now gone missing. So Eric and Tina trudge into the fog together in search of help and truth. Now, as obvious as this may seem, you and a friend here would play as both Eric and Tina, going through all of the classic locations, blasting things to, absolute shit. The first of those is Brookhaven Hospital, where they encounter who they believe to be Tina's pen pal, of sorts. They send letters to each other all the time. They know this girl is Emily Anderson, but this haunting figure is proclaiming herself as Hannah. Chasing her down, they hear the fucking loudest foghorn in existence. And we learn pretty quickly that this is our signal we're in the other world. In the other Brookhaven, the couple get chased by our favorite hunk of meat. And when they successfully stave his attack, they run to the rooftop for respite. And what they find instead is one of the most fucking horrific monsters in this series. This is tuberculosis. And for whatever reason, he gives me a fucking heart attack. Like, back up, man, fuck. Finally, when they blast him to hell, they're able to reunite with Emily, who mentions that she lost her mother on a trip to Toluca Lake. In an attempt to regroup with Emily's father, Frank, they head to his place of business, the Silent Hill Historical Society. Eric lets loose that his great-grandfather was actually the captain of the Little Baroness, and then and then the foghorn goes off again, and it's Toluca prison time. Eric lets down a figure in a body bag, and before he can really reveal the person inside, boom, they're attacked by Splitworm. And when they finally best it, they pull the bag and a white man with dreads, ooh!
Brian! Tina? Wow, this is such a filthy place!
Okay, so that's like most of our friends so far, so this just leaves Jesse and George.
George? I'm so glad. Help me! George!
Shit, I wonder what's got him. Good God, what the fuck is that? Okay. Whew. With that haunting brush with Mama over, we save George and then he pulls this super fucking kawaii maneuver.
Can you get up? Of course, if you'd lend me a hand.
At this point, Emily hears her mother calling and just kind of fucks off, really.
Mommy!
Foghorn again, and now we're in the Central Square shopping center, which eventually turns into the Hazel Street station, which then turns into Lakeside. Yippee! Also, the Robbies here are fucking horrifying. I hate the noise they make. The further we get in, we learn a bit more about Emily and her mother. Mainly that her mother is haunting her dreams with disturbing frequency.
And from when did your mother start to appear in your dreams?
Not a dream. Mommy is calling me to go to the lake.
But Emily, your mommy is...
That's not true.
Oh yes, you're right. I understand. Let me ask you again. What is your name?
There's a good reason why. During a botched burglary, she was murdered by one Scott Fairbanks. The entire atrocity was witnessed by Emily herself. And the name Scott Fairbanks actually comes from the multiple choice quiz in the elevator in SH2, specifically the question of who murdered the Locane twins. Haunting stuff, but there's no time to dwell. We have to have a 2-on-1 against Pyramid Head, who honestly flexes on us the whole time. Fucking show off. But finally, we save Jesse, which leaves just Emily. Last stop in the other world is the spiral staircase from SH4. And you'll notice that the subtitle here says 1918-1993, symbolizing that they are both existing currently between 1918 and 1993. And once they arrive at their door, they board the Little Baroness circa 1918. Emily reunites with who she believes to be her long-lost mother, and before Frank can scream to the contrary, Lorraine, Hannah's mother, throws her fucking overboard. Fuck!
Emily!
Turns out Hannah, Emily's analog, suffered the same fate, drowning in Toluca Lake. The Baroness sank near immediately after, and to keep the wheel of fate from turning, the duo make the brave decision to dive into the murky depths. And we have, honestly, I'm gonna be real, the coolest fucking boss fight in any of these games ever. Just peep the intro. Now, depending on how you defeat the Phantom, you'll receive a certain ending, the best of which we could see is Tina grabbing Emily and Eric reversing fate by grabbing Hannah's arm. Eric then takes on the visage of his great-grandfather and pulls her from the void below. And he assures her from now on, everything's gonna be all right.
It's all right now. The nightmare is over.
Where am I?
It's all over. It's all over.
Over? Where is everyone? This is a dream, right?
What went wrong, Hannah? Why are you crying?
I can't find my mommy. Maybe she doesn't like me anymore. That's why she did such a thing.
Do you hate your mommy, Hannah? It's the same with your mommy. She would never dislike you.
But...
Hannah?
Mommy?
Hannah? Where are you?
Mommy!
Once upon a time, not so long ago! Konami's name was actually a bane upon the gaming populace. With Metal Gear Solid Delta and Silent Hill 2 Remake out with relatively warm receptions, the tide might actually be changing, but as recently as a decade ago, you would have sworn they had every game in its library electrocuted and hooked to machines. We're hardly done with milking the cash cow. Silent Hill 2 never escaped Konami's grasp. I'm gonna be generous with this entry and call it an adaptation of Silent Hill 2, because if you thought that the arcade jumped the shark in terms of maximalist action bullshit, the Pachislot is going to melt your cerebral cortex. Peep this shit. For those unfamiliar, pachinko is a form of gambling made popular in Japan. It's a saccharine light show machine. The parlors they belong to would be a fucking nightmare for autism. You can't gamble for cash in Japan, so instead you've got to win these little steel balls, and then you go exchange those for money. It's like Vegas, but what the fuck am I doing? You know what pachinko is. You watching this video, you're a weeb. I know you, alright? Anyways, Pachislots or Pachislot is the little brother to what pachinko is. Konami created 3 of these, each retailing a certain crowd pleaser. This would include Silent Hill 2, 3, and Downpour in the forms of the Pachislot, Escape, and Return. Now, I can't get to Japan right now to fuel my furious gambling addiction, so this research and footage, kinda limited. This is really the best I can get you. I still think, though, that it's the one thing to one-up the arcade in terms of wanton violence.
It's over at last.
It's 1918, and Jebediah Foster's days as the Hell Rider are over. Done with his days in Dakota Territory, he has decided to move in with his mistress and settle down in quiet Silent Hill. On his way there, he meets with the mayor of the town, Howard Blackwood. He tries to warn them that this is no ordinary town. Spooky shit happens here, man. But these old fucks can't really get past the fact that a black man in 1867 is not only free, he is the active governing force of this town. And we really don't stop there with the historic racism, because Jebediah had killed the daughter of Enola, a Cherokee woman. And Esther, his wife, finds her in their own home and still takes her in. Jeb's pissed. He can't go around causing trouble anymore. Besides, Esther's pregnant. and Enola knows that. She always did. When she finally goes into labor, she realizes something truly awful. A figure in her reoccurring nightmares is Awanita, Enola's daughter. And as she's giving birth to her own child, Awanita fuses her soul with that of hers, and Jeb has a horrible flashback. He remembers killing Enola's child. And when Awanita is reborn, Jeb tells Enola to take her and just leave. And he kneels at the side of his deceased lover. As the house burns to the ground, Enola and Howard share a conversation. Finally meeting Awanita and watching the fire rise, Enola remarks that the hills are no longer silent. They've only just begun.
Hey.
This is the beginning of what I'd like to call the Mobile Extravaganza, where Konami for a 3-year period shotgun blasted a smattering of games for the mobile phone. They competed in a market during a time that would be retroactively known as the golden age of mobile gaming, spearheaded by the launch of both Apple's App Store and Google Play. This put the power in the hands of more people, creating a free market for self-published indie developers. Anyone could make anything, ushering in an age of prosperity.
That's it? That's the whole game?
Konami was a surprising forerunner to this era. As a giant of early mobile gaming, they kickstarted this boom with a generational run of games for the J2ME platform. Seriously, they were all over this stuff. Without skipping ahead, try and guess how many mobile games we're going to talk about. Like, a large fraction of Silent Hill's library belongs to handheld gaming, and it's gonna show. Actually, depending on who you ask, Konami either look like gaming pioneers or dinosaurs. They developed games in this brand new market with 9-year-old software. They were late to the old party, and that in turn made them tardy to the following one. Suffice to say though, the J2ME sphere had matured by this point. And Konami didn't make the wheel, but I feel like they perfected it. Okay, enough yapping, let's just get you straight in there. Starting with the Orphan trilogy. The Orphan trilogy is completely self-contained and kind of out of time. The games center around the Shepherd's Orphanage in Silent Hill, haunted by one tragic night some odd 30 years ago, where which every child would see their gruesome end, save for 3 survivors, Ben, Moon, and Karen. The game is divided into 3 chapters that details each survivor's journey. All events in the game happen simultaneously, I'm pretty sure. Okay, it's for sure all happening in the same night. That much I can tell.
My name is Ben. I don't belong here. It was 30 years ago that they all died. I was spared, then why did I feel an urge to come back to this place? I want to understand. Please, make me understand. Is there something wrong with me?
The game begins with Ben. Drawn by the same siren's call as many before him, he returns to Shepherd's Orphanage. Within minutes of his arrival, he hears the screams of a woman in distress through a ventilation duct in the men's bathroom. She says her name's Karen, and she can't for the life of her remember how she got here. Ben promises her he'll bust her out of there. He just needs to find a way how.
You don't belong here, Ben. You should be dead.
I'm sure we're fine. Okay, never mind. You've likely noticed that the portal to the Otherworld is similar to Silent Hill 3's Halo of the Sun symbol, but instead of using it to save as we do in 3, this is an essential game mechanic in traversing and solving puzzles. So Ben trowels through the Otherworld, blasting creatures and talking to ghosts. Eventually, he happens upon a letter that states he was diagnosed with a terminal cancer. In a panic, he listens to the apparition, guiding him to his childhood refuge, the shower room. There, his arms begin to go numb. He grows more tired. He sits down, and eventually, he falls asleep. We now are a woman named Moon, another survivor of the same incident. Obviously, she's been shoved into this mess because her parents frankly can't keep up with her. It's a little fucked up. She returns, much like Ben, these 30 years later for a feeling unspoken. Quite quickly, she happens upon our late protagonist and discovers his fate. While she grabs his stuff, she's told by the same faceless entity to take her own life. This is further reinforced when she grabs a pair of scissors, the Phantom pushing her closer and closer to the edge, taunting her. She's once again able to shunt the bitch from her mind, choosing the straight and narrow, which deserves some respect. While she's using these scissors to solve a puzzle, she uncovers a decades-old note from herself to her parents, detailing how she can't live with the pain and her plans to take her own life. An upsetting discovery, but there's one problem. She didn't write this. To conclude the chapter, Moon heads to the supposed location of her suicide. It's here where she finally encounters the apparition, revealing herself to be Alessa Gillespie. Alessa begins to approach Moon.
Do not fear me, Moon. You need to feel this.
And as Moon screams for her to back away, the chapter ends with no answers. We switch to Karen, locked in a storeroom. With no avenue to escape and the panic starting to settle in, she hears a voice. The man on the other side says his name is Ben. There was a terrible accident here. Does she not know about this? She claims of having no memory of it or even getting here, but Ben decides he's going to help anyways. With nothing else to do but wait, Karen decides to rest on a cloth in the middle of the room. And when she finally awakes, she discovers the door's been opened. Slowly, she starts to regain her memory of the orphanage and her time spent in it. She enters the other world and during her stint there, encounters Alessa, who clues her in on the gaps in her story. And as it turns out, Alessa is Karen's sister. To wreak revenge on the orphanage, Alessa manipulated Karen into murdering the entire creed, children and all. Karen is obviously distraught by that discovery, and Alessa, clearly losing her grip on the situation, just tries to rid her with a monster. And when Karen finally defeats it, Alessa rather smugly declares,
Moon would like to have a word with you.
To be continued. As opposed to its predecessor, Orphan 2 takes place in a clinic in Silent Hill. We control Lucas, an amnesiac who wanders its halls. Racked by a deep pain with no discernible origin, while he meanders, he's contacted via telepathy. It's Karen, and she needs Lucas for something. To, quote, punish the man responsible for his pain. And that man will be here soon. Lucas continues through the clinic, bombarded by Karen's psychic messages. When he eventually crosses into the other world and checks the locker room, he discovers that Karen's is full of fetuses. Lucas, obviously freaking out, gets another message. Lucas is one of those children who died in the massacre, and Karen is attempting to reverse Alessa's boo-boo by resurrecting all of them. Lucas, blood boiling, makes his way to Karen's office. It's there where he confronts her.
Bleed, witch.
The game changes abruptly.
Fields of red. The flesh burns. Meet me at the hospital in Silent Hill, where I will tell.
We now play as Vincent. Not the 1 in 3, a new Vincent.
Sorry. I apologize. Please, calm down.
Whose father, Gary, was a firefighter in Silent Hill. He suffered such abuse at the hands of his father that one day he just snapped, committing arson in an attempt to both impress and scare his father. But that incident would not only take Gary's life, but Karen's parents as well. See, he was able to save Karen, but he lives with the guilt of his actions to this very day, and he's the one to discover Karen's body. In a drawer in her office, he finds a note scribbled onto a prescription. A pair of raindrops fell from the sky. As they landed on the ground, a child was born. This note continues on another sheet of paper in a wallet in a vending machine. Half a decade later, he spoke his first words and said, "Let me go." 6 weeks later, he died. Attempting to make peace with this, he heads back towards the locker rooms, where he meets with a malevolent entity, the game's final boss, Lucas, and he intends on enacting her final will, killing Vincent. Honestly, he's a pushover, and when he's finally defeated, he drops a single key. And just as he's about to get to the root of the evil, a voice stops him.
Did you really think you would get away with all of this?
To be continued. Orphan 3 begins with flashbacks of Vincent and his father Gary. It's where we learn about this abusive behavior to begin with. And when Vincent finally comes to, he finds himself in a hotel room adorned with butterflies and a photo of a family. Before he can make sense of anything, Alessa bellows out to "Come to my world." And when given a moment to breathe, he sees that this photo is of Karen and Alessa's family. He also notices that these clocks have all frozen 40 years ago, set to the accident that Vincent caused. Now, it's obvious that Karen's powers are growing, just like Alessa's, as monsters begin to materialize in the real world. And trudging through this hellscape, blasting monsters and solving puzzles, Vincent ends up in the dining room, where he's then cornered by Karen and Alessa. And they plan to end this plight once and for all, starting with him. We switch to Emile, a newcomer in the series. She wakes up in the other world, completely confused. She's haunted, likely by Vincent's captors, to, quote, save the other world. And honestly, irritatingly enough, Emile is sent on this, murder quest to destroy 4 different monsters before she can return to the real world. And what's her prize for doing all that? A sacrificial dagger. And if she doesn't use it on herself, Vincent's a goner. To make matters worse, those monsters were actually the dead children, and now their spirits have intertwined with Emile's. So the only way to release these spirits and save Vincent would be to take her own life. Honestly, sounds like bullshit to me, but eventually, Emile gives in. And we're back to Vincent, who discovers Emile's body and pretty much immediately steals her things. It's not very respectful of the dead, if you ask me. Alessa reveals once and for all that this is her own evil side. Ooh! And those murders were a ritual to wake her. And Vincent is the vehicle in which to kill Karen. And when he finally does so in this final battle, he begins to keel over from a heart attack. And the joke's on him because Alessa was trying to wake up his spirit. And to do all of that, the children's spirits needed rousing from the dead. Whatever, man. This shit's ping-ponging everywhere. I can't keep it straight. As Vincent dies, Alessa explains that she needed to do right by Karen so she could rest in peace. And that meant cleaning up the evil in the orphanage, which also meant eradicating everyone there and finding a better place for her and her sister to live. But not only did she not succeed, as most of the protagonists are survivors, she got stuck in the other world. But now all the orphans have died, including Vincent, a sinner nonetheless, and that frees all of these souls trapped in damnation, and it sends evil Karen and Alessa alongside Vincent into the bowels of hell. So in the most haunting way, all's well that ends well, I guess. Hey, Editor Chip here. I didn't mention Ben comes back in 3, and he looks a little different, very gender non-conforming. Good for him. With about an hour a game, they really didn't overstay their welcome whatsoever. I mean, I did get frustrated with navigation, but I'm just directionally challenged.
Stop acting like you know the way ahead, like you know the rules.
There are no rules, man. We're lost.
For something that only feels vaguely Silent Hill, this still does a better job of putting you in that same world than half of the entries in this video. Genuinely, these were fun. And the stories they told, they weren't half bad, but my expectations were like, down here. Yeah. That whole Alessa and Karen shit, by the way, no clue if that's a recognized canon. Most people seem to agree on the obvious, though, that it was just a fun spin-off narrative designed to be played on your Motorola Razr. So, I would assume not. But honestly, it just seems like it was a fun spin-off, very off the cuff. I liked it. It was fun. Anyways.
I'm about to bust. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought this was the bathroom. Oh, good lord!
Silent Hill Mobile DX was released in July of 2006 as a Japan exclusive. The reason this was known as Mobile DX is due to Konami's net page of the same name. This was a 2006 lark to entice mobile gamers to experience the original Silent Hill. It's a visual novel with some point-and-click mechanics, telling the same story of the original game with some combat being dictated by your radio. The game was divided into 3 chapters: Midwich Elementary School, Alchemilla Hospital, and Nowhere. And you actually get to see all of the original endings in this game, and I think that's pretty neat. Stylistically, this one is pretty cool looking. I specifically like the UI a lot. It's got a lot of that 2000s grunge I enjoy. Anyways, not a whole lot to talk about here because coverage on it is kind of limited. It's just a little fun pit stop. I enjoyed it. Hope you did. Anyways, moving on. Silent Hill The Escape, not to be confused with Silent Hill Escape, was released in December of 2008 for the iOS. It's a gesture-based dungeon crawler that has you deep within the bowels of, God knows where, really. The plot is non-existent. The game is mainly reliant on a tight gameplay loop of Frankenstein's monster of Orphan in the arcade. You're equipped with a singular revolver and you've got to exfiltrate various mazes. And while you're trapped in there, you need to blast away several iconic enemies from the series. And yeah, you're probably going to recognize all of them by this point. Also, Robbie's here, and he shows you the ropes in the tutorial, and he can actually be seen again in 2 of these 3 endings, including Mira's. Yeah, there's quite a few endings. You've got Robbie's ending, the Mira ending, and Alright, let's cap off the Mobile Extravaganza with some more lost media. Ooh! Well, not all of it's lost, just most of it is. Still a bummer. We're gonna be diving into the Ito Comics, as they've been dubbed, which featured Cage of Cradle, Double Under Dusk, and White Hunter. From 2006 to 2007, Team Silent alumni Hiroyuki Owaku and Masahiro Ito teamed up, and together they created a 2-issue run of comics. The first of 2 were intended for, you guessed it, the mobile phone, with such an extremely limited release window that it's become yet another case of lost media. We've got very low-res screenshots that have been made available on the Silent Hill wiki, and though there are a few pages that have been translated, it's mostly incomplete, and we have to rely on Ito's Twitter post to know what the comics were even about. Ito himself has posted screenshots of his canvas in Photoshop detailing work from the same comic on his Twitter. When asked about the photo, he stated,
"A manga that was distributed as a paid mobile service in 2006. It's no longer distributed now."
I've had a pretty difficult time finding out what this mobile service was. No one seems to have an answer. If you're this deep into the video and you have an idea, drop me a line, because it's been driving me nuts. And as for that plot, Cage of Cradle is a prequel to Silent Hill 1, detailing Matthew, Lisa Garland's then boyfriend, who witnesses the birth of Valtiel as he enters the otherworld. It also expands upon Lisa and Alessa's relationship as patient and nurse, which is something I always hoped would get more attention. Anyways, the birth of Valtiel takes both the life of Matthew and Lisa, and it ends the comic right as the opening cutscene for Silent Hill begins. Double Under Dusk is about Brian Dawson and his experience losing his son Ronnie. The tailspin is interrupted by his encounter with Lindsay Crystal, a woman who has frequented Brian's nightmares, and together they experience the horrors of Silent Hill. Again, really unfinished. All we have to go off of is Ito's screenshots. And I imagine at this point he's dodging copyright laws to show us this. This is as good as we get. And the rest of that story? I mean, who knows, really? And finally, White Hunter, which is not lost to media. Fully created, written, and illustrated by Masahiro Ito himself. It was actually packaged with Silent Hill Zero's original soundtrack, a CD that was supplementary to the material of SH Origins. The cleanest copies we have are from a Russian release, and the plot itself is pretty self-contained. An angel sounds a trumpet, and from that it launches a bullet. It strikes the helmet of our titular hunter. The hunter then strikes and impales the angel, who is then unmasked. The unnamed narrator ponders the existence of the hunter, questioning its programming, why it rids this place of the angels. And the last page? Honestly, it's just the White Hunter aura farming. It's a phenomenal composition. I'm not mad. The Silent Hill experience dropped into North America on April 6, 2006. It was a collection of music videos, tons of supplementary material, and even bespoke digital comics. And it all released on UMD Video for the PSP. Does anyone else remember UMD videos? They're older than some of you watching this. That really fucks with me. I'm old. They released this as promotional material to coincide with the launch of the first Silent Hill film. And since this was over half a decade since the first and second game's release, there was plenty of fanfare and tons of interest drumming about. They managed to fit 20 tracks into this little guy. It was easy pickings when it came to what to include in the music tracks. They're all crowd pleasers. And as for those bespoke digital comics I talked about, they're set up in a very particular way. If you're a longtime viewer of the channel, you'll likely notice a trend that happened in the late 2000s. Motion comics, specifically for the PSP, they were surprisingly common. If a series was big enough, it likely got this treatment in some form or the other. In this UMD, there are 6 comics, with one made specifically for it. Scott Cienson's Hunger, with its runtime spanning about an hour long. Scott, by this point, had already released 3 other one-shots in the Silent Hill universe to mostly negative acclaim. His name was an ill omen for readers who were starved for more delicious torment. And when we peel open the first page, once again, the comic's art style might look familiar if you're a longtime viewer. The writing itself is pretty standard for what you're expecting. The dialogue writing, though, can get extremely crude at times. Like, I can get down with some filthy characters, but it gets so excessive. This, coupled with no real nuance, I mean, it makes for a tough read. Yeah, I can't help but compare it to Max Payne, and the real biting cynicism, that works wonderfully in that world. But there's only one wisecracking a-hole in Silent Hill that I enjoy, and that's Heather Mason.
Oh, forget it. This is way too gross.
As for the comic's plot, Douglas Brenneman, at the apex of his career, was one of the greatest journalistic moguls of his time. But viewing those sunny years leaves a bitter taste to the man he is now, ejected from his position and casted to the dingy city of Silent Hill. He can't put the pen down, though, as when he hears word of a 911 call that results in a killing of a police officer in an abandoned building, curiosity gets the better of him. He begins to delve into the mystery, and things start getting real fucking wacky. Mostly, he's beginning to notice that he's being stalked by a man with white hair. No, that's not Walter Sullivan, and that's certainly not Claudia Wolf. Silent Hill begins to unravel before Douglas's eyes. The deeper he plunges, the more the town reveals its true nature. Creatures roam the streets, people scream as they're butchered, and worst of all, Rosie, Douglas's fiancée, has vanished without a trace. That is, of course, until he meets her again. The city librarian bears an uncanny resemblance to his lost love, and while they talk, he pulls the file of one Dr. Eichmann, who is in part responsible for the town's horrible plague. He selected and kidnapped women in an attempt to crossbreed humans with monsters. He referred to these women as broodmares. Douglas, obviously horrified and disgusted, seeks to end the doctor's life. Maybe that'll put an end to this nightmare. On his way there, his stalker emerges from the shade and reveals his identity and true intentions. He's Whately of the Order, herald to Samael, and Silent Hill shall act as a gateway of sorts, a portal for interdimensional beings of unknowable power to cross into this realm. What they intend to do cannot fully be known, but Douglas will prove himself useful as a scribe and chronicler. He shall write the Book of Samael. Whately promptly brands Douglas and binds him to the god, and he offers him an ultimatum. Should he choose to flee Silent Hill, he will be protected, allowed to live so long as he writes this tome. The world will see him as a doomsday crier, another writer gone mad. But Whately assures him that what's taking place is certainly real, and only those who have lived it shall truly know. The other option, much more appealing to Douglas, is that he could stay in this town forever, and he'd never have to leave Rosie's side again. And when he chooses the latter, well, he seals his fate. And that's Hunger. And finally, the collection contains 3 music videos: Fukuro, Usagi, and Kinoko. I don't even know if I can show you Fukuro. It's straight up fucking monster porn. A pyramid head and a titular Fukuro lady get their rocks off for several minutes. Everywhere I look on the internet, it's age restricted, and I agree with that. It's actually inappropriate. And when asked about this video idea, Ito simply stated, "I imaged the womb abstractly." Fucking freaky. Usagi is way more tame, and it's got some serious aura. It features Robbie the Rabbit, a guy we haven't talked that much about yet. He's more or less an auxiliary mascot of Silent Hill. After his debut at 3 in the Lakeside Amusement Park, he's been in almost every single property and tie-in since. He was created by famed art director Takayoshi Usagi Tanaka after seeing a person in a costume at a train station handing out balloons. It was there that he decided upon the theme of, quote, the extraordinary in the ordinary. I love Robbie. A lot, to be honest. He may not hold the same symbolic reverence as Pyramid Head, but I mean, he's still such a charmer to me. The finale, Kinoko, really reminds me of Adult Swim bumps in the early 2000s. You know, the ones you weren't meant to see? It's that same sleek and debonair vibe. Dulcet tones shimmering through your speakers while you watch abstracted horrors beyond comparison. This one for sure is the most odd of the 3. It's at least the most impressionistic. I dig it a lot. I don't know, I wish Team Silent got a chance to do more of this. In terms of this video, Silent Hill Book of Memories it's kind of my white whale. It's just too unstable to emulate, and for me to host this 5-minute section on it would cost me $500 otherwise. Impossible. And I hate to burst the bubble, but if you're looking for a fucking sweet Silent Hill story, you're just not gonna find it here. That's not to say Book of Memories is a bad game. It's actually a pretty standard dungeon crawler for the PS Vita, something the console was actually seeing a lot of. But unfortunately, the concept itself was rather uninspired, and ironically enough, not very memorable. The plot is as follows. Your customizable character receives a tome from an unknown sender, and when asked about this, your trusty local mailman, Howard Blackwood, assures you this was meant for you, and you only. This book has your entire life story, every single memory documented. And curiosity gets the better of you, and you rewrite your story. Shortly after, the character retires to bed and falls asleep. And it's there where the nightmare begins. In the other world, Howard is kind of your RE shopkeep.
Got something that might interest you.
And look, you've made your makeshift self-fan fiction a reality. And all that bad mojo has pretty much fucked up the world. And if you're gonna right your wrongs, you're gonna need this memory residue. You soon learn that the book itself was created by the Order to do exactly what you think it would. God's will shall be made reality through the book's writings. Unless, of course, you've been a very good boy, girl, they, them, really whatever. In fact, if you're really good, your karma meter will save those you meet in the 7 dungeons the game has. There are 6 endings in total, with the pure light ending being the best possible, where your character restores karmic balance through pure piety. You awake from a coma and save a nurse's daughter from a life-threatening disease, but this, in turn, sacrifices your own life for hers. You die a martyr, a hero for your cause. And that, in summary, is Book of Memories. Something pretty often overlooked is that this was a WayForward Technologies game. Yeah, those guys. They actually pitched in an SH game for the DS as well as getting to make this one. They imported James's character model to demonstrate some of the game's mechanics. Konami was looking for a more puzzle-oriented game at this time, so WayForward allowed for a third-person combat camera and a first-person puzzle camera. But Konami ultimately canned this idea, and it was left to just collect dust. That is until WayForward's massive livestream to promote their wildly successful Kickstarter for Shantae, the half-genie hero. Also, I thought I'd cover the joke ending to Book of Memories, because that's honestly the most charming part of the whole game. It marries the best parts of all the previous games, and it creates a cinematic universe of the previous characters. Pretty much everybody's here, and Memories protagonists are out for a spring break at Toluca Lake, and this quest bothers pretty much everybody in town. This debauchery and harassment ends in a pretty swift arrest for some. Also, they literally fucking kill Mary here. That's so fucked up.
Sorry.
Oh, it's okay, really.
Mary, what if you catch something?
It'll be fine. You worry too much.
It's 1976, and the seasoned crossroad trucker Travis Grady is running late, delivering a freighter to Brahms, Maine. He can make up for lost time should he cut through Silent Hill, the neighboring town, and this plan would see him arrive on time, if not for, you guessed it, a figure in the road. He tracks down this mysterious phantom reminiscent of a young girl, and this ghostly figure would lead him to a lone cabin engulfed in flames. And Travis is a fucking hero because he wastes almost no time getting in there to save people. I say almost because there's this old crone you might already recognize from earlier, and she disappears Mulholland Drive style behind the corner. From this inferno, Travis pulls out the charred body of one Alessa Gillespie. Clearly she has been selected as a sacrifice by the Order due to the, this. You can see it. And even stranger, she's still alive. Shit's getting funky already. All of this spins in Travis's head as his adrenaline fades and he passes out.
Everyone.
Man, waking up in Silent Hill has to fucking suck, which is why I pity Travis. He seems to be hung over on a bench in the city. The only thing on his mind is Alessa, a pretty selfless dude. But that line would lead him down to the Alchemilla Hospital. And on his way there, it's Dr. Kaufman, the dude from the first game. He stonewalls Grady at pretty much every opportunity.
I'm sorry, perhaps someone in reception could help you. I have urgent business to attend to. Goodbye.
Got it, dude. Let's just fucking get inside, alright?
You okay?
God damn it, never mind. Anyway, Travis eventually makes his way to a large, funky mirror, where once walking into it, he sees the phantom of the little girl again. And surprise, surprise, we're in the other world. Nice. It's these larks in the hell world where Travis finds an incomplete version of the Flowros. And we know damn well what that thing can do by this point, but to Travis, that's all mumbo-jumbo. Our only hope is that he doesn't treat it lightly, and that he uses this for strictly selfless he's already out. Okay, cool. To be fair, Travis is one of the more rational protagonists. He considers all of his time in the other world to just be nightmares and nothing more. And perhaps they are, but he's very likely going through it. It's something he withholds from Lisa Garland when they meet each other in the hospital lobby.
My name is Lisa. I'm a trainee here. Are you waiting for someone?
No.
And yes, you heard me right. Lisa Garland has returned to the series. They kind of flirt around with each other and then immediately fuck off to do their own things.
I want you. You're all I think about.
And that's where we run into Dahlia again.
You were at the fire. I saw you there.
Of course you did.
She gives Travis the runaround when he asks her questions, and it's stuff we already know as a learned individual. Alessa was the subject of a ritual, shit exploded, and Alessa burnt to a crisp. Yeah, that sucks. That's horrible. You know what else sucks? Travis having to fight his own fucking mother.
Mama? Daddy said you were dead.
You heard me, right? She was sent to a mental institution in a sanitarium for attempting to murder her own son. And wishing to see him again, Travis now has to fight the manifestation of her in his own psyche. Grim stuff. It's not the only grim thing, because once he beats her, Travis travels to the room of 500 to find his own father, hanging.
Time you faced up to what happened. Your mother and I will see you in heaven, son.
And once he defeats him, he gets another shard of the Flauros.
Your thing for you.
And when Alessa shows up again, he fucking crashes out on her. But, sleepy time. Again. Eventually, he does awaken in the basement, with the centerpiece intact. And finally, he's able to combine the artifact and complete it once again. What are the ramifications of this? Well, for one, Dahlia's fucking pissed.
You broke the spell. Now, she is free.
I just want to end this.
But also, they're in the middle of nowhere, which, if you can recall, fucking sucks. Anyways, Alessa's about to go apeshit, and Travis needs to get out now. So, assumably with Alessa's map, he's able to escape the Green Lion antique shop, and it's here where he finds members of the Order, trying to use burned Alessa for the ritual. You know, again. And it's sleepy time for Travis. You know, again. And in this dream, he fights Alessa's dream, the entity that resides within the Flauros. And after it's beaten its ass, bam, boom, bow, he splits Alessa's soul in twain, giving the world Cheryl Mason. In the good ending, Travis is back in the real world, left on his lonesome on the highway. Until Travis is reunited with his freighter and hops in. In his rear view, he sees Alessa, swaddling a child. And with a twinkle in his eyes, he leaves the two and Silent Hill as a whole in the past. So, this would all culminate with Harry Mason and his wife Jody finding a child lying in a casket, which, according to the wiki, this would make this count as the canon ending. And you know, if this were like the MCU, you'd get one of these bad boys. Okay, so some context for Silent Hill Homecoming. The movie had just come out in 2006, a year prior, so everybody was looking for more Pyramid Head, more nurses, where's Alessa? Like, all of this became kind of a pop culture explosion. Anyways, it's 2007, and more people are disappearing in Shepherd's Glen. Alex Shepherd's having several nightmares about his younger brother Josh. The latest one haunting him in the cab of a truck driven by the one and only Travis Grady.
Good luck, soldier. Thanks.
Saying his goodbyes and entering the town, Alex finds Elle Holloway. His childhood friend has gone missing. Something is obviously fucked up about Shepherd's Glen. I mean, the iconic fog's here, so it's gotta be the other world.
This town's so quiet. It's changed.
Yes. Not for the better, I'm afraid.
And this would prove to be true. Mayor Bartlett and Dr. Fitch are slain by the creatures that inhabit it. And oddly enough, both of their children were missing. So, seeing how we're up Schitt's Creek with no paddle, he joins forces with Deputy Wheeler. And together, they unravel the history of Alex's father, Adam Shepherd, who was knee-deep in the conspiracy of the Glen, and fled the town in hopes of solving an immense problem. Well, damn, I mean, we should go home and get our mother, Alex. What do you say? God damn it. Look, eventually Alex does meet up with Elle, who is not dead.
Hey, your mom told me I might see you around here.
Oh my god, it's so good to see you. It feels like it's been forever.
And they both take a boat with Wheeler across Toluca Lake. Of course, the Order shows up and meddles with plans and kidnaps Elle and Wheeler. So Alex has to fuck off to Silent Hill Penitentiary to save them, where he finds his own mother and has to decide of whether or not he is going to kill her out of mercy.
Make it stop.
Mom, I can't.
Please, Alex. Please.
Fuck. Look, I'm gonna try and condense the apex of this plot in a succinct way. I just beg that you hold on for me, okay?
Judge Holloway.
Alex.
So Alex saves Elle's mother, Judge Holloway, and finds the Church of the Order. He eavesdrops on his father's confessional, guilty of the mistreatment of his children. And later he runs into him, who informs Alex he was never actually in the military. In fact, he's in a hospital right now and has been since an accident. Okay, bye, Dad. Judge Holloway lets Alex know that Shepherd's Glen's founding families were part of the Order. To move from Silent Hill to the Glen, they needed to sacrifice children once every 50 years, and this clearly worked for all 4 families involved, except for the Shepherd family. Specifically, Alex. Anyways, time to die.
I finished what your father called.
In a flashback, we learn that Alex was actually meant to have his father's ring, though it was given to Josh, his younger brother. In a fit of jealousy, they fought over it, which ended in Alex drowning Josh. His dad wasn't even that fucking upset. He was more mad knowing that the wrong son died. This broke the pact of the Order, and Alex comes too, only for him to find out that he must now fight the manifestation of Josh. And once he defeats it, he finally has the chance to apologize and grieve his loss. To make things right, he leaves the ring where it belongs, with his brother. The most likely canonical ending to Homecoming is that Alex has killed his mother in mercy and forgiven his father at his final moments. And with that said and done, both he and Elle escape Silent Hill. Alright, time for Downpour, the only game that can be played in stereoscopic 3D.
Oh, there.
It's 2004. Murphy Pendleton has stolen a police cruiser and crossed state borders looking to revenge his late son Charlie. This landed him in a multiple-year sentence in Ryle State Prison, where he made a deal with Officer George Sewell. This deal allowed him to be in the same shower of his son's rapist and murderer, Patrick Napier.
Jesus, you scared the hell out of me.
And when the two finally meet, Murphy does what anyone would.
Why? You know exactly why.
A riot breaks out, and Murphy lands himself in the care of Officer Ann Cunningham, who hates the fuck out of Murphy. And while transporting him to the eponymous town, the cruiser crashes, and amongst the chaos, Murphy flees the scene. Which is kind of funny. It reminds me of Telltale's Walking Dead and is inspired by the comics. Kind of cool. Anyways, in Silent Hill, Murphy meets Howard Blackwood.
Wicked old beast, ain't she? What?
I said she's a wicked old beast.
Yes, that Howard Blackwood. Now, Murphy has no clue he's speaking to an entity of unknowable age.
Said anything about trouble. Just trying to be helpful, son. Name's Howard, by the way.
Howard informs Murphy there's blockages pretty much everywhere. If he's gonna leave, he needs to take the Sky Tram near Devil's Pit. Which, after viewing a creature and going like, man, I'm starving. Let's go to Devil's Pit stop. You guys want anything? Let me check today's special. Monday, meat. Tuesday, meat. Wednesday, meat. Thursday, meat. Friday, boiled meat. Saturday, rain. Sunday, fog. What day is it today? You know what? You're right. This shit sucks. Let's get out of here.
Oh, shit!
Okay, let's actually, head up to Devil's Pit so we can get to the tram.
Seems like a dangerous place to be sightseeing.
Oh, son of a bitch. This is J.P. Sater, a former tour guide at the Gorge. Unfortunately, he is responsible for a train accident in Devil's Pit that claimed the lives of 8 children. He was likely under the influence while piloting the train, and the guilt clearly is eating him alive. You can either choose to console or berate him, but it really doesn't matter. JP's mind is, well, it's already made.
Be seeing you around, Murphy. No!
Murphy continues on, likely a little scarred from what he's seen already, and he's beginning to notice radio songs are being played in dedication to him. Tracking down the source of the radio, he meets DJ Bobby Ricks.
They're coming to you courtesy of DJ Ricks on this fine afternoon. Weatherman says there's a storm coming our way to spoil the fun.
Look, they both want to get the fuck out of Dodge, and Bobby's actually got a plan, so let's get on a boat and jet out of here ASAP. Except one problem. He doesn't have the keys.
Those keys. On the silver chain says freedom. You can't. Miss,
Pendleton.
And not only that, but now Anne's here? Fucking shit. What's going on, man? After Murphy comes to, he meets his very own Pyramid Head, the Boogeyman.
Charlie! Charlie!
Holy Christ, dude. What the fuck? Eventually, he kicks its fucking ass with its own hammer, no less. And once he unmasks it, he sees the creature as Napier and flashes, and reflects that his murder brought him no solace. The further Murphy pushes through, the more the machinations of his deal with George begin to unfold. And it explains why Anne Cunningham fought for his assignment and overseeing his case. George became Machiavellian, covering his tracks fully, ordering Murphy to snuff out Frank Coleridge.
What do you say, Cupcake? You gonna play ball?
A man who was to testify against George's miscarriage of justice. Well, Frank was Anne's father. And Frank didn't die quickly. He lived for years in a vegetative state before finally passing. Anne wanted to pay the favor in full to Murphy, and she intends to right fucking now.
Fine.
Reliving the favor over and over has rotted Murphy's mind. Much like Lisa Garland, he's made an earth-shattering discovery. Eye for an eye. He is no different. He is the monster.
Listen to me.
I saw a monster. I saw you.
Just calm down a minute and let me tell you what really happened.
You don't know how many strings I had to pull to get your transfer approved, to get you to my prison. The favors I had to call in, the sick things I had to do to get you under my watch.
You don't have to do this.
My father was a good man. He didn't believe in revenge. But I do.
So now, in the final chapter, Anne's gotta run for her fucking life. And at the end of these series of events, we're greeted with the possibilities of an ending. The most sunny outcome being Murphy sparing Anne. This leads to his self-exile and a flashback, rectifying some of the story. Initially, Murphy refused to kill Frank. Hell, he even stopped before killing Patrick. Sewell beat Murphy to near death and then made him watch as he murdered Frank. It was Sewell who finished Patrick for him, and now it'd be Frank too. And he'd take the fall for both.
Murphy, run! And this is the thanks I get, Frank!
Murphy reverts to his human self, and Anne accosts him once more. He admits the truth of the matter, at least in Anne's life, he was actually innocent. Knowing the whole truth, Anne forgives him. The police contact Anne asking for the whereabouts of Murphy. in her response.
Negative. Pendleton's dead. Over.
Roger that.
You gonna be okay?
You better go.
Devin Shatsky, the creator, cited many influences for the game. One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, Jacob's Ladder, Suspiria, Walking Dead, Rubber Johnny, The Shawshank Redemption, The Fugitive, and The Call of Cthulhu. And if you're paying attention, Travis Grady's truck from Origins appears on Ketchum Street. A radio in front of the Interstate gas station also plays Magdalene on loop, which is like one of the best songs. And the comic and story features another perspective on this plot and was based off of an unmade DLC, though it is recommended to read it after playing Downpour. And you know what, Chip? You're right. It's pretty good. Let's go into it super quickly. For a comic, Anne's story is actually pretty well received, which that's a breath of fresh air. It was released in September of 2014, created by Tom Waltz and Tristan Jones, and it would be re-released in 2015 in the Silent Hill Omnibus Volume 2 alongside Sinner's Reward and Past Life. In extreme summation, her saga is divided into 4 chapters, detailing much like the play novel Anne's side of things in her absence. Issue 1 begins with Anne and Murphy's first meeting over the canyon, just miles from the bus crash. When she falls from the canyon, she lands in the minecart of JP. So she learns what his fate is after, all that happens. The second picks up with Anne in Devil's Pit with Murphy. It's also there where she encounters Howard Blackwood. Issue 3 has Anne just enduring the typical Silent Hill experience, reliving horrors deep in her subconscious. You know the fare. This one also fills in the gaps in Downpour, specifically like what Anne and DJ Ricks were up to, which is nice, because we don't really get into that super deep. And finally, in issue 4, Anne discovers the hidden truth behind her father's killer. And we finally get a deeper introspection into Anne's acceptance, which is really nice. That was a pretty important plot point. I'm glad somebody got to write that. Alright, it's time to talk about an elephant in the room. Something that was gonna be great. Playable teaser. Most often known as PT. This was meant to be a continuation of the Silent Hill series, created and directed by Hideo Kojima in collaboration with Guillermo del Toro. It was recognized as a colossal undertaking under the unblinking eye of Konami. And had the full game released, it was gonna sit in the Horror Game Hall of Fame for eons. Masahiro Ito, the art director of all the Silent Hills, stated that he would be willing to work on another Silent Hill game with Hideo Kojima. And the absolute fucking GOAT, Akira Yamaoka, said he would be very happy to compose music as well. I could and will spend longer talking about the game's development and the hype surrounding it than its actual plot. I mean, we really could have had it all, and it's such a goddamn shame that I speak about PT and Silent Hills in a post-mortem sense. I mean, I've learned and experienced so much Silent Hill in such a short span. This game was already so cool before I played, but now, I understand it.
You've been chosen.
Reminiscent of Lynchian horror with a splash of Chinese cinema. Actually, in a tweet, Hideo stated that the 2002 Hong Kong film The Eye, directed by the Peng brothers, was his main inspiration. The movie is a horror flick based on 2000s Thailand, where a 20-year-old violinist gets a cornea transplant after 15 years of blindness, only to realize not only can she see, she sees ghosts too. PT has us in the pilot seat of a mysterious protagonist. No name, no face, just a concrete room and a filth-laden brown bag. There's one singular door to the north which the player can enter a hallway. They can examine the contents and exit into the right, and, would you believe it, into the same hallway. Minute details constantly change, telling more and more of a story each time. It starts with a radio broadcast reporting on a familicide. done so by the father of two near-identical cases.
The crime, the father went to the trunk of his car, retrieved the rifle, and shot his wife as she was cleaning up the kitchen after lunch.
The protagonist would soon understand they're being haunted by an apparition, dubbed Lisa. She doesn't like us very much. The following loops are fucking awful. Hanging bloody fridge, check. Mysterious Swedish broadcast, check. And the worst Benadryl trip known to man, check. Eventually, we do wax SH4 by peeping into a hole where we hear the grisly murder of a woman, likely being stabbed to death. You don't even have time to process the trauma you just accumulated. Heading into the bathroom to vomit would only be interrupted by one of the most disturbing scenes in any game.
You got fired, so you drowned your sorrows in booze. She had to get a part-time job working.
God damn, my skin is crawling. I think the only thing that would make this worse is if someone started chanting numbers repeatedly.
204863.
Oh, motherfucker.
204863.
All right, man, I'm really starting to lose it. I don't know what else could possibly happen. Fuck. If you want to know why we know the apparition's name, the numbers chanted out were 204863. Credit to Deburro667 on GameFAQs for helping figure this one out. It's where they cite that many Japanese horror games use numbers to represent syllables. 204863 can be decoded as The finale of the teaser has us recollecting fragments of a photograph. And when we do, we're to gouge the eye and answer a phone. And when we do, we hear the following. The door behind us opens and allows us into the foggy streets. And when we do, well, I'll just let you see.
Dad was such a drag. Every day he'd eat the same kind of food, dress the same, sit in front of the same kind of games. Yeah, he was just that kind of guy. But then one day he goes and kills us all. He couldn't even be original about the way he did it. I'm not complaining. I was dying of boredom anyway. But guess what? I will be coming back, and I'm bringing my new toys with me.
Boom! Silent Hills with Norman Reedus. And that's all she wrote. We never really got to see what came after that. We have speculation, rumors, whatnot, all hearsay. But Kojima was quietly kicked from his position at Konami, and public outcry for this debacle was significant.
As you noticed, Hideo Kojima is not here with us tonight, and I want to tell you a little bit about that. But unfortunately, he was informed by a lawyer representing Konami just recently that he would not be allowed to travel to tonight's awards ceremony to accept any awards.
Even prompting Guillermo del Toro himself to state the following.
Fuck Konami.
Hey, speaking of Konami, if you're wondering what they've done with the franchise other than, milk it, we actually have a few new entries, straight from the horse's mouth. You know what? Let's take a look, shall we?
Seeking a connection with others is a sign of weakness. It's running away. The strongest animals don't form groups. They act alone and need only themselves to survive. Those who betray themselves to fit into a group are pathetic. There's no beauty in living like that. I want to be strong on my own, without a group. If there were only someone who would understand that to adult me.
January 2024 saw the release of Silent Hill, The Short Message, an expedient 2-hour journey into Kettenstadt, a fictional German border town. The plot itself involves mainly 2 central characters, Anita, our protagonist, and Maya, both of which are troubled teen artists. The story starts in media res, with Anita waking in a fright. As she wakes, she receives a text from Maya to meet with her in the villa, the apartment complex Anita has found herself trapped in. In this journey through the sun-bleached fog, she steps into an unknowable hell beyond imagination. Just like SH3 and 4, Silent Hill is becoming more of a phenomenon that can occur, more so than just a stationary location, which of course, this just allows an SH game to take place anywhere. In fact, they mention this directly as the, quote, Silent Hill phenomenon, which is a case of brain fog so relentless it manifests in the afflicted person as a visible fog. They make this shit sound like Slender Sickness. Are we in Marble Hornets? The fuck? Anita is clearly pushing through some trauma of her own as she enters the belly of the beast. Being a teen of today's time makes her a prime target for social media harassment and unfairly pitting herself against Maya, someone whose skill level she feels eclipses her own. Well, that house of cards she's built against herself comes crashing down when Amelie, her honestly very, very good friend, delivers some heart-stopping news. Maya's been dead for a while now. She jumped off the villa's rooftop and landed in the town's most infamous spot for suicides. You see, Maya signs all of her paintings with a certain signature.
CB. Cherry Blossom. That's Maya's signature. She's amazing.
She finds philosophical meaning in these cycles. Sakura are born pretty and die pretty. Maya couldn't stand the idea of growing frail and weak with age, and a last stand of agency. Her life could end on her own terms. This is perfect timing, by the way, because Maya starts sending very erratic texts, and Anita pushes the entity for information, but no dice. Can't leave until you find it. Anita can't really handle this anymore. She spent the last hour just walking through Maya's illustrated life, and it's breathtaking. She's a prodigy, and Anita's art can't find an audience. She's toying with ideas that just don't align with her personality. All of it, really. It's just too much. So, she jumps.
Maybe I can be like her. Here goes.
The loop makes itself obvious. Anita, now aware she's living this moment again and again and again. Undying, she won't be free until she makes things right. And she's got some harsh discoveries to make, like this wonderful painting of Amelie.
Girl in this picture is Amelie.
It seems like her and Maya got along better than they ever did, and that certainly stings.
Why take Amelie from me? You acted like I wasn't even there. Amelie is my friend. She's mine!
Anita, trudging through the muck, makes a few discoveries about Kettenstadt as well. Cursed eons ago by a Japanese witch from beyond the grave. And in that same spot here, we kind of pull SH2 in a way. Maya had initially written a letter to Amelie begging her for help, of which Anita found first, and withheld out of pure jealousy of their relationship. So, in a way, Anita can be seen as an indirect participant in her suicide. And as expected, that guilt consumes Anita. And then comes jump number 2.
What? But I jumped off the building. Even if I die, this doesn't end. How many times do I have to go through this?
Diving even deeper, down to the bottom of the trauma hole. It turns out Anita's mother was dangerously unstable.
Why won't you listen to a damn thing I say?
Like a professional should have been involved kind of unstable.
Never a bit more! You're a burden!
She abused Anita and her late brother constantly, at one point even locking them in a closet.
You disobeyed me again!
We find out later that Anita's brother died in that same closet, and in a newspaper clipping we find out that her mother hid his body in the fridge. The only reason she was brought to justice was because Anita could escape and report her. To make matters worse, Anita wasn't forgotten at all.
Is this me? When did she draw this?
She discovers this immaculate mural, painted by Maya, and it's depicting her. But instead of jumping, she's saved by Amelie. She's reminded by the warmth of her and Maya's friendship, and choosing to value and honor those around her, she talks herself off of the ledge, and she chooses to live.
Seeking a connection with others is a sign of weakness. It's running away. The strongest animals don't form groups. They act alone and need only themselves to survive. Those who betray themselves to fit into a group are pathetic. There's no beauty in living like that. But I don't really mind. I just want someone to understand me. For those I love, and for those who love me, I want to keep moving forward and never look back to 18-year-old me.
Hold it! Alright, like this is a mostly objective video. We're focused on getting in the lore, but I mean, I have some fucking thoughts about this game, and there's no other time I'm gonna get to talk about it, probably. I've tried doing it justice and present it in a way that's palatable, but like this game is, I mean, it's frustrating for one. It's also pretty out of touch, and that might come off from just this entry alone. You watching this participate in the era of social media. Like, we live in this world, you and I. Fiction stories that involve social media always feel anemic in comparison to how people actually act.
Who's that?
Short Message is just such a near miss when it comes to this. The dialogue writing is what I'm seeing literally every medium suffer through right now. Like, there's just this absence of subtext. Nobody shuts the fuck up.
Sure is quiet out there. Yeah, too quiet.
As viewers, like, we're sponges for subcurrents and themes. We can catch a vibe. We've literally evolved to catch a vibe. The delivery is just so extremely clunky, and I can name more scenes that hit than those that don't. And that's disappointing. The weird choices in dialogue feel more like, Forspoken than they do Silent Hill 2.
I just move shit with my freaking mind!
Also, there's 5 chase sequences in a 2-hour game. Good fucking lord, dude. That's fun maybe 2 times, but fuck that final chase sequence. It's everybody's first complaint. It sucks ass. I hated it.
Am I gonna be alone forever?
Imagine, if you will, you're running through a maze the size of the entire map of the game, and not only are you chased by Soccer Ahead, real name, but you must collect 5 photos with no UI to tell you which ones you've gotten yet. Ooh! Stupid! I burn a whole half hour just on that one fucking maze. Whatever, like, I'm getting mad just thinking about it again. Let's move on. Guys, is this Jeff the Killist?
Why are you here? No, in this place. Why are you here? Here to be punished.
Townfall, as of this video, is not out yet. But during Konami's October 2022 livestream, they debuted a teaser for this game, amongst announcements of Bloober's SH2 remake, Silent Hill Forte, and Ascension. We know very little of this game's story, and much more about the development team behind it. There's hidden text in the teaser, and some of which is actually revealed in a spectrogram. They read as follows: "Whatever heart this town has now stopped. Thy flesh is weak." Morse code for SOS. "I don't know how to leave." And check this part.
But for you...
Very interesting. So I'm pretty sure Alessa's back to haunt shit again. Poor girl just fucking can't catch a break. Supermassive Games pitched this idea, and No Code was set to develop it. No Code has a pretty solid track record with games like Stories Untold and Observation. It's far too soon to say that this game will be garbage. It's actually kind of promising so far, but only time's gonna tell. My only wish is that my hopeful statements here don't age like fucking
doo-doo feces, okay?
We mentioned briefly about the 2022 livestream that announced 3 Silent Hill games. Of those 3 games, the first to release was Silent Hill Ascension, debuting on Halloween of 2023. Ascension was a live-streamed interactive TV series set in the game's universe. The story was split amongst 6 different protagonists around the world, from Pennsylvania to Norway. It took notes from the short message, making Silent Hill a more manifested phenomenon than a fixed place. And the way the story would be delivered was wholly unique. Every episode had a slew of outcomes, and just before a show aired, the audience dictated the direction of the story. And they could do this in a wide manner of ways. They could solve puzzles, minigames, or participate in QuickTime events, and they would rack up these quote-unquote influencer points. This would determine a character's path, denoted by 3 possible outcomes: suffering, redemption, or damnation. And once the outcomes were decided, they would be later edited into the show, ironing it out as a canonical timeline of sorts. And when the series finally wrapped, they do what they called a, quote, New Game Plus speedrun, where the canonical endings were all disabled and they'd show you the rest of the possible endings. The story itself is centered around both Hope's Junction, Pennsylvania and Stilldalen, Norway, and the tragic accident that haunts 2 families. The Johansson family grieves the loss of their wicked witch grandmother from an incurable disease. Astrid, her daughter, finds a syringe of morphine in her room, and she suspects that Carl, her father, might be the cause of her mother's death. Meanwhile, the Hernandez family deals with the death of a member of their cult, the Foundation, when Joy is sacrificed in a ceremony when Rachel's watch goes wrong. And her brother Toby, a real mess of a man, seeks revenge on the cult for his sister's death. And that's, at the very least, how things kick off. Look, in my very first lore video, I said Resident Evil Revelations 1 and 2 weren't worth knowing as a beginner. I regret that. But what I would never regret is saying that Ascension isn't just a bad Silent Hill property, it's a bad story. I mean it, dude. It's a fucking stinker. Look at me, okay? You don't need to know about Ascension. You deserve way better, okay? Summarizing that plot is like Herculean. Nobody wants to, and I get why. And I don't either. And I'll take the flack. I'll take the flack for not going into the story, at least not very deeply. Instead, I'll show you somebody funnier and more talented than I explain this in a very concise manner, and then we'll move on, all right?
Hey, John, I was in a work meeting. Can we get that one more time? For fuck's sake, Jesus Christ. Okay, fine. Carl maybe killed his wife. He has a daughter. She doesn't know if he did it. There's a sister there. She does fucking nothing. There's also a son. I think he's in Silent Hill, but I don't know. I don't know who this is. I don't know. Then, outside of Norway, there's a religious organization that sacrifices people in a blood ritual. Xavier's their leader. Chloe's also there. There's a shit husband who's friends with Toby, who's angry at Rachel because Joy died. This is what the whole game looks like when you lay it all at once. They don't have anything to do with each other. Also monsters. That's the last time I'm explaining it, okay? That's it. That's the story. It's simple. It's a simple story. You just have to pay attention.
Yeah, and that wasn't the only disaster, because its launch was terrible too. No moderated live chat, a horrible bespoke UI, alongside an endless list of maladies. It's become one of the biggest mishaps in Silent Hill history, with the most overwhelmingly negative reception. The staff themselves defended to the end that they found the idea challenging and unique, a taste breaker for interactive cinema. They also promised safeguards against people throwing for their worst possible endings, which honestly seemed like the bulk of their efforts. It was a classic example of something sounding bad on paper and, well, being bad in execution. Which is a huge shame because the concept art is actually pretty cool. Props to Bad Robot Games, like, it's probably the best part of this. Okay, like completely unscripted here, I have one last pit stop before we get to the end of this video. Something I found on several different wikis was Silent Hill Betrayal, a novel, and specifically the Silent Hill wiki has almost nothing on it. I'm gonna read you the exact quote. Silent Hill Betrayal is a 2016 novel written by Sean M. Joost. Konami distributors and agents allowed Joost to publish the novel. That's it, that's all they have. Also, apparently not for long, because the book now belongs to a two-part series known as the Boatman Saga, as Sacred Valley, Betrayal. Joost seems to have learned from the past convictions that slapping the title of Silent Hill on an otherwise pretty decent project, it just shackles it to impossible expectation. I think Sean is wiser than about 50% of the project leads on this list. Props to him.
Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby.
All right, we're finally here. Let's go through those movies, is what I would say, if we could. Editor Chip here, again. I really fought hard to put these movies in here, and no matter what I did, I got a copyright claim. I could not fight it for the life of me, and it really is extremely disappointing. It's like 15 minutes of footage of me and my buddy Kiza riffing over it. I love it, and I really wish I could put it in here, but I just can't. I am so sorry, truly. I'm deeply disappointed in the fact that I can't have it in here. I have it on Patreon for completely free if you want to go see it. It's about 15 minutes long of a segment, nothing crazy. Again, I will put it for completely free on Patreon. And if Patreon claims that, I don't know where the fuck I'm gonna go. I'm exhausted. I've had 4 hours of sleep. I'm going to bed. And now, before our final event, a moment of silence for all of the Silent Hill projects that never made it, be they released under different names or altogether perished.
Silent Hill F is a game that comes around very seldomly in our lifetimes. With such near infinitesimal depth, I couldn't even dream of covering every detail in this game, but I've had the time of my life trying. For all the aspiring lore masters to behold, every twist, turn, truth and lie, every resonant bell rings in a perfect harmony. For those who want to work to seek the truth, this game is truly heaven.
私は一人でも全然寂しくないの。仲間外れなんか気にしないもん。
ひなこ？お友達のところに遊びに行ったんじゃなかったの？
男の子と遊ぶ子はおままごとに入れてあげない。だって。
じゃあ、お姉ちゃんと一緒におままごとしよっか。
本当？
Shimizu Hinako is a high school student in rural Ibizugaoka, Japan, a city directly impacted by the Showa era, which brought times of unprecedented economic prosperity and extreme conservative politics, both of which bled into the homes of every living being. And Hinako is no exception.
親に向かってその言い草は何だ。
お父さんやめてください。
純子はあんなにも高校娘なのに、どうして妹の前は何もかも正反対なんだ。どこ行く？話はまだ終わってないぞ、ひなこ。
Yeah, Hinako resents her family for reasons now obvious, mainly for her father's outburst and her mother's inability to defend herself. Truly the only role model she has is Junko, her older sister.
お姉ちゃん、何かいいことでもあった？
Just recently married, she possesses all the attributes of a successful and well-to-do woman of the era. Who couldn't love a woman like her?
綺麗だわ。ありがとう。
Seeking refuge from her fight, Hinako meets with her friends in the city, Shu, Rinko, and Sakuko. When speaking to Sakuko from a second-story balcony, Hinako confides in her that she just needs someone to talk to. And jokingly, on her way down, Sakuko says something in jest that, I mean, it seems pretty innocuous, but... yeah. Keep a pin in that one, would you? When they all get together, Shu, her best friend, offers her some medicine he's been taking himself. They're these small red capsules. They're said to help with these terrible tension headaches that she's been having. And all while they speak, a fog rolls into town, and an apparition appears before them, spelling death. And just as everybody gets the drift, Sakuko screams as spider lilies grow from every pore in her body, and she collapses into a heap, dead within seconds. But there isn't any time to mourn. The monster gives chase, and Hinako has no choice but to run for her life. And she's just barely saved by assumedly Junko, who throws down a ladder for her. And once she returns to Sakuko's body, she's able to give her the best burial she can before...
Sakuko. 帰りな。今日はもう閉店だよ。Sakuko. 私やっぱりSakukoとの約束守りたいよ。
Well, she's accosted again. And with every ounce of rage in her being, she relentlessly beats the attackers to gory pulp. And for the first time, Hinako loses consciousness, and she arrives at her own otherworld.
the Dark Shrine. It's here where she meets her charming escort through the spirit world.
Ohayo.
He goes by no name. Most fans, though, refer to him as Fox Mask. And he guides her through the shrine path. He speaks gently. He offers gifts. And honestly, it's starting to feel too good to be true. And it's a harrowing trip to these front doors, but Fox assures Hinako that the door earlier was just for welcoming visitors. But she is assuredly special and is welcome to tread sacred ground. And just as she goes in to close the doors, something sinister seems to stalk her and slams into her, knocking her unconscious. And then, Hinako awakens in the trembling arms of Shu, who wishes to regroup with Rinko and Sakuko. But when Hinako presses Shu about Rinko sticking with them, it gets very obvious that something's amiss. But there isn't time to poke around. They have no choice but to go to her house and find her. And after clubbing the shit out of some monsters and getting lost in a scarecrow's maze for a little longer than appropriate, we finally make it. Rinko makes it very obvious through these conversations that she's head over heels in love with Shu, and she resents the fuck out of Hinako. Like a lot. And when Rinko finally gets her alone, rage consumes her. And she does the unthinkable. All right, back to the shrine, where in a moment of pure crisis, Hinako hears the cries of Sakuko.
Sakuko, そっちにいるの?
As she chases the voice, she's led to a shrine bridge, where a towering figure weeps in a puddle of gore. Welcome, Sakuko. Defeating her is no easy task, but once you're able to stop these chants, now clearly she's overcome with a murderous anger, but before she can pummel you, someone comes in to save the day. And the two make it further into the shrine, where they must cleanse their body and spirit. And he calmly assures her that though it may seem impossible, she can make it through the trials that this world will face her with. And just like that, Hinako awakens at the bottom of the stairs, Shu once again comforting her. But despite the animosity she's faced, she continues with the duo to a mountain path behind Shu's home. And once they finally arrive at their old middle school, it's where the tapestry of their relationship starts to unravel. Rinko drafts confession letters to Shu, only for Hinako to find. And before she can really get the chance to process this, a familiar shade makes its appearance.
ひなこはお友達といつまでも一緒にいたい。
お姉ちゃん、どこ？
お友達は永遠じゃないのよ。彼らだっていつか必ずあなたを裏切る。あなたが裏切り者と呼ばれたように。お
姉ちゃん。
天秤にかける価値があるかどうか。 かりと判断しなさい。
And finally, when she clears the school of any threat, Rinko and Shu suggest she just lay down and take a load off. And when she acquiesces and falls asleep, Rinko makes a pass on Shu.
でもさ、シュウ君もああいうの好きでしょ?
And Hinako lands herself in the shrine again. In this stretch of the path, Hinako once again meets with Sakuko and Rinko. And all while she's reaching to save them, she finds more and more of these scattered notes of their perspective of the relationship. And while there is benevolent intentions in their friendships, they're rooted in possessive and narcissistic beliefs. Hinako in her current state is nothing more than a charity case for these girls. Something to feel good about doing. And when she finally reaches Sakuko, Hinako's demeanor completely changes. Coldly, she places the pieces of the puzzle together. And just as it looks as she's about to free Sakuko with the key, Hinako calmly steps out of the chamber alone, all while Sakuko faces two of her worst fears: the void of darkness and the permanent abandonment of her only friend. Hinako has made her mind. This only becomes more apparent when she meets Rinko again, whose words are honeyed upon the first meeting.
Hinako, 今日は一段と綺麗だね.
But the further she presses, the more brutal and animal the insults become.
そんなあんたがいなくなってくれるんだからせいぜいする.
Until finally, Hinako just gives her the dunk of a lifetime.
考えたことある? あんたは裏切った。もてあそんで裏切った。謝れ。その格好で今すぐ土下座して謝れ。聞こえてるんでしょ。なんとか言いなさいよ。Hinako!
And I'm sure by now you're catching on. That really only leaves one friend left to bury: Shu. A few times in this game, Hinako and Shu have referenced Space Wars, a pretend game they'd play as children. And as she walks through his prized collection, she's tasked with putting the final cog in the wheel. His favorite manga, with all the bad guys scribbled in as Hinako. And it seems that even in play, she's forced into this antagonistic role. And when she finally finds Shu hanging, he can already see his fate in front of him. And in a moment of clarity, he accepts the possibility. In his own words, he... And he, the last vestige of her past, is let go. Back to Ibizugaoka, where Hinako makes it to Shu's house alone. And in his shed, she finds a letter. A prescription from Shu. You see, he feels a deep regret and fear of her getting addicted to these capsules, hoping to switch her to kudzu and peony, something less demanding for her body. And he knows that she's not only here for the pills, but for an escape from her father. And he feels that the bulk of her aid is his listening to her ailments. I mean, that's what partners do, right? And just as she makes it into his house alone, she hears a noise.
Shu!
And as we begin to reach the apex of our story, Hinako walks the shrine path with Fox Mask. He warns her of these 3 rituals that will promise safety, but at the cost of great agony, to which she accepts and walks the path alone.
ここでは3つの儀式がある。
姿が見えなくとも一緒にいるのを感じます。
To simplify the stretch of winding puzzles and fights, these 3 rituals, in all bone-crunching agony, are as follows. She is made to saw off her own arm to inherit the arm of the fox, an allegorical weapon beyond might. She's then branded with the mark of the Inari, which she refuses the bite guard for. Crazy. And finally, her face is outright skinned off to accept the gift of the Fox Mask. And despite the overwhelming pain, she's able to rebuke it, and she completes the trials. And now, allegorically and physically, her mind, body, and spirit belong to the man in the Fox Mask.
もう痛いことや辛いことはないよ。落ち着きなさい。
はい。痛いことや辛いことはありません。私は落ち着きます。
それでいい。さすがひな子だ。
はい。ありがとうございます。
Together, we're one step closer to heaven. And lastly, she is led down a long hallway to begin the last rite to seal her ritual. And the two bow together, while the ceremony is officiated by Rinko. Wait, hold on. Rinko?
Rinko?
私たちの世界からひな子が死んでいなくなるんだから
リンコ、私はあんたの願い通り死んでいなくなるから。だから私のことなんか忘れて幸せに生きなよ。
忘れてやる、手伝ってやる。私の記憶から世界からお前の名前なんて全部消えたんですよ。
私の名前は清水ひな子。
Once Rinko is defeated, she awakens in Shu's home again, where a call with her mother is interrupted by the screams of her friends.
え、お母さん？
そろそろ帰っておいで。お夕飯ができたから。おい、リンコを離せ。
And her sister, once again, comes to accost her.
もう時間がないのよ。いつまでここにいる気なの？
姉ちゃん。
久しぶりね、ひな子。
思議な感じ。お姉ちゃんがお姉ちゃんじゃないみたい。
お互い様よ。私の中でのひな子はまだ小学校前。そんな格好をしているとひな子がひな子じゃないみたいだわ。
お姉ちゃん、私。
あなたが生かされたということはここに至ってもまだ迷いがあるということなのね。
迷い？
今日までに何度も言ったかもしれないけれど、もう一度だけ言うわね。生はあなたが選びなさい。誰の意見も聞かなくていい。自分の意志だけで選びなさい。だけれどもこれだけは覚えておいて、あなたがそれに悩める時間はもう尽きかけている。いえ、普通の人間ならばとっくに尽きている。
お姉ちゃん。
You know what? I think it's about time we head home. Through this twisted gauntlet, by the way, of horrible birthing creatures and head monsters. And while she's winding through the town's playground, she experiences a flashback, saving a boy and a fox from a confrontation. She calms the fox down and patches his wound, and he introduces himself as Kotoyoki.
僕はコトヨキって言います。君は？私はひなこ。清水ひなこ。
And while that memory fades, Hinako can find a note stating that he's moving away. But he's never going to forget her. And again, he thanks her for saving him. Yeah, I'm not going into this into detail for anything at all. Don't worry about that, no. But once she finally arrives home, her house warps and twists into something unrecognizable. And in this house, she's haunted by visions of her past.
バカ野郎！お前は何度言ったらわかるんだ！
すみません。すみませんね。
And as we plunge deeper, we get stuck in this miasma of abuse. And the phantoms don't just take the form of her family and friends. They take on her visage, and they are fully alive.
私が見えてるよね。とうとう私の声まで聞こえるようになったんだ。そんなとこに立ってないで入ったら、ちょうど話がしたかったところだから。あなたは誰なの？自分でもおかしいと思うの。自分で自分がわからない感じ。自分の気持ちが自分で理解できない。どういうこと？何の話をしているの？多分あなたは私で、私はあなたじゃない。そういう気がするの。あなたは誰？私がひなこならあなたは誰なの？あ、ひなこなのは同じ。でも心はもう清水ひな子じゃないのかもしれない。わけのわからない言い方はやめて。何の話をしているの？あんたこそとぼけるのはやめて。さっきからなんで何もわからないふりをしているの？ねえ、しっかりと私と向き合って、ちゃんと考えて。私はね、あんたをすぐに殺すこともできたんだよ。でもしなかった。なんでかわかる？ちゃんとあんたと清水ひな子と本気で話がしたかったから。私たちは対等に、そして全力で殺し合わなくちゃいけない。なのにあんたは逃げ回るだけ。それどころか真剣に私たちのことを考えようともしていない。 これ以上あんたが逃げ回るならもういい。もう今度こそあんたを殺すから。あんただけじゃないからね。お父さんもお母さんも殺す。この家もこの町も消し去ってやる。リンコもサクコも殺す。そしてもちろんあんたの大切な相棒もね。シュはどこにいるの？ねえ、シュってそんなに大事？あんたのこと未だに宇宙戦争ごっこの相棒だと思ってるんだよ。あんたのこと女だとさえ思ってくれてないんだよ。ただの幼馴染の腐れ縁。死んだって全然問題ない。シュは大切な私の相棒だ。殺されてたまるか。
Truly haunting shit. That certainly can't come up again in the future, right? Right? Finally, she presses on, making it to a hallway where she makes a harrowing discovery. The doors part, and she's greeted by her worst of nightmares.
Hinako, 遅かったな。今から始めるところだったぞ。誰のなんだと。それではご一同様、包丁のさえをどうぞご覧くださいよー。なんだその言い草は。
And she fights these creatures that hurl the same insults she's heard her entire life. And once she defeats them, she finds them at the end of their path, standing face to face with an unknowable evil. And quickly, it dispatches her loved ones right in front of her. And then she arrives again in the shrine. And Fox assures her that the hardest part's over. They merely need to promise their hand to one another, and safety is assured. But not before, of course. She's berated by Junko, who very vaguely speaks. If it's still alive by tomorrow, she'll kill her if she must. Shrugging off that threat, the two complete the ritual, which is not promising each other's hand in marriage, I swear. And we are almost done. Back to the mortal realm, where Hinako mourns the loss of her parents. And here, in pure rage and fear, she swears vengeance on that fog monster who took it all from her. And that leads her in a pursuit all the way down to the city, where she finally corners the monster, and it grabs her and holds her by the throat. And we're once again back in the Dark Shrine, where they put their offerings into place, but something just isn't right. And all while she writhes in agony, her transformation begins. And slowly, she loses herself and begins to grow. And eventually, she blossoms into Shiromuku, the wailing spirit of womanhood. The culmination of all of Hinako's identities, with her mind, body, and soul all promised to another. The same monster, responsible for all of it. And as human Hinako dissipates into ash, Junko reappears, where she tells new Hinako to prepare her farewells and celebrates the new woman in front of her. But somebody just isn't ready to move on. Fox Hinako walks the waking world, a girl possessed. She sprints through monsters and gore, but she's all too late. Hinako is the Shiromuku, now an inseparable part of her, and her father, in tears, gives the only goodbye he knows how to give.
ほら、お父さん。
ここはもうお前の家ではない。一人で帰ってきても敷居をまたげると思うな。
And destiny fulfills itself twicefold. A new woman, Hinako awakens in the dark shrine, motivated once again to crash her own wedding ceremony, and she'll stop at nothing until it's done. She walks through all of the challenges she's faced so far and meets one last time with Junko.
まさかまだ生き残っていようとは。
お姉ちゃんは所詮は向こう側の人間。私の気持ちなんてわからない。
落ち着いて。あなたがどうしてここにいるかわかる？
わからない。ここはどこ？怖いや。辛い。気持ち悪い。帰りたい。
それは何なの？あなたいつから飲んでるの？そんなに飲んで大丈夫なの？
全然大丈夫だよ。これを飲むと落ち着くから。
もうやめなさい。それを飲むのをやめて。
私にかなわないで。全てを奪った。ザクコもリンコもシュウも奪い、お父さんもお母さんも。私を返せ。奪った全てを返せ。
Enough rabble. Let's face our demons. This fight is tough, and it's right out of Dark Souls. But eventually, Shiromuku falls. And note these fox eyes in the background. And once Hinako comes to, it's a race out of the palace. Creatures start spawning and the place begins to crumble. And as she phases in and out of reality in a stupor, capsules and monsters all line the streets. She trudges through both the alleyways of Ibizugaoka and even the shrine's halls. And this nauseating journey ends betwixt worlds, her home and the shrine, and hoping to hold out just a bit longer as the capsules pile in the hallways, growing larger and larger. Those same headaches consume her. And it's at this point where the realizations came crashing down on me. The capsules Hinako takes, you can find documentation on them scattered all around. And even Shu mentioned kudzu and peony, a perennial plant that grows near water, a white flower. A white flower that grows near water, used in these capsules. Shu has a pond of white flowers in his backyard. Holy God, it's White Claudia. Shu's been giving Hinako PTV. And once she stumbles into the crack in the door, well, see for yourself.
根川により県警本部県道8号線にて当該事案の被疑者と思わしき女性に襲われた男性2名のうち1名は現在心肺停止の状態。
神楽町1より県警本部、一部被害者に使用された包丁ですが敷地内からは発見できず、被疑者は現在もこれを所持している可能性が高いと思われます。どうぞ。
県警本部から各局、女性被疑者は20代です。花嫁装束、身長は 160cm 少々、常吉神宮より逃走中、凶器を所持している可能性が極めて高い。各局はくれぐれも慎重に対応されたし。
神楽町1から県警本部、被疑者は赤と白のカプセル状の薬のようなものを犯行時に断続的に服用していたとのことです。
県警本部より神楽町1、それは式場内で発見された正体不明のカプセル薬と同一のものか。どうぞ。
神楽町1から県警本部、被疑者が服用する際に口からこぼしたカプセル薬が敷地内から。
And that's Silent Hill F. Or is it? We're not even close to finished. Silent Hill F is such a brilliant and ballsy game to me because the first playthrough is the fucking prologue to your New Game Plus runs. Runs. Plural. The good ending, Fox Wets Its Tail, is just one of the possibilities. If you're gonna unlock the true route, you're gonna need 2 endings under your belt, and you can't take a single pill during any of them. And not only that, but we're now tasked with building and securing the sacred sword from the divine tree in Sakuko's family shrine. And look, I totally admit to drinking the Kool-Aid, but I played this son of a bitch 3 times back to back with the biggest grin on my face. I mean, I was more than happy to dive back in. But New Game Plus isn't unfair. For instance, once you hit a certain threshold in the Dark Shrine, you're just full-on Fox Hinako now, and the game is a bit of a cakewalk, especially with this sick fucking sword. It's downright pleasant. Speaking on New Game Plus, this is going to shed a lot more light on Hinako's story. There are so many cutscenes that are different from your first run, and the changes don't stop there. Doors previously closed open, and changes in the cutscenes and the dialogue may be small, but they hold such significance. And they start as soon as the first 5 minutes of the game. Peep the differences between the gossip in the alleyway between these 2 ladies in the 3 runs I went through.
絶対に呪いよ。あんなひどい死に方あるわけないもの。私なら絶対に嫌。そんな家。噂をすればなんとやらだよ。本当に羨ましいわ。まさかあの子がね。それに妬ましいわね。どうしてあの子なのよ。ねえ。噂をすればなんとやらだよ。何でも聞いた話じゃ、狐つきじゃないかって。お稲荷様に呪われた家なんかによく行けるわよね。噂をすればなんとやらだよ。
There are cathedrals everywhere for those with the eyes to see. But the biggest of these changes to me is the conversations Hinako has in her household, especially with herself.
私おかしいのかな。心がね、自分でも不安になるくらいにすごく大きく早くおかしくなっていくの。サクコに聞いたらそれは恋なんじゃないかって言うんだけれど、本当にそうなのかな。私が想像していた恋っていうのはもっともっとじっくり温かで酸っぱいんだけれどほんのり甘くてくすぐったくて、そういうものだと思ってた。でもね、今の私はそれとは全然違う。これは温かで酸っぱくて甘いんだけれど、まるで誰かに足をつかまれて 沼の底に無理やり引きずり込まれるような、そんな感じなの。とても心地いいよ。でもね、なぜかずっと心のどこかで怖さも覚えているの。これは本当に恋なのかな。私だけが特別なのかな。あなたはどう思う？ねえ。いや、わからない。でも一つだけわかるよ。あなたのその気持ちは多分週に感じたものとは全く別の、全く異形の何か。私とあなた、どちらもひな子だけれど、きっとどちらかが間違っている。お願い。もし私が間違っていたなら、私を殺して、ねえ、解放して。さもなきゃ私があんたを殺すから。
Let's rewind just a little bit, and I can tell you about the Shinizugi Shrine, and what you can find there. To quote directly, the Shinizugi Shrine was served by Sakuko's family, and it's known to practice the Tsukumogami faith, as seen in the shrine's journal entry. The faith revolves around worshipping the divinity descending on the oldest objects. Their figure of worship was the divine tree, a 1,000-year-old cedar tree in the Bizugooka, and you'll have to grab an offering for the sword at one of the graves here. And I was merely capturing nice footage for the video, and I'm really glad I did, because I would have never seen this. Familiar, right? Fucking haunting. I love this game, man. Now, the divine tree itself has seen better days. Once it was struck by lightning, people believed that it had lost power, so they moved on to the next oldest object, the Inari Shrine. And this fused the faiths of the Inari and Tsukumogami together, and that begun their feud. And this left Tsukumogami abandoned by their own followers. And with their back to the proverbial wall, they resort to desperate measures to sabotage Inari's clan, by stopping a wedding ritual, ending their divine bloodline. And how do you think exactly they do this? How could they be present since the very beginning, hiding in plain sight? Yes, the doll is Tsukumogami, and in the good ending, Hinako finally heeds its advice, choosing herself and standing up to the fox mask. And after he gets clobbered by Shu, in a fit of rage, he transforms into Shichibi, the youngest of the Inari.
Hinako, 逃げるぞ!
And when we fight him, you'll notice he's got 7 tails. So according to folklore, that would make him about 600 to 700 years old. The fight is, once again, pretty tough, but when she finally defeats him, she thanks him for his endless kindness.
あなたの求愛を生涯忘れません。そしてありがとう。
He tells them to go. He can handle things from here. And Shu turns around and tells him something pretty interesting.
お前と宇宙戦争ごっこで遊んだことを思い出した。だからお前は俺とヒナコの戦友だ。
What does he mean by that? Huh.
早く行くといい。私が宇宙人の役になって君を食べてしまうこともできるのだからね。
また会おう、戦友。
男なら引き際も大事か。
And in respect to the two, Shichibi allows them to leave. And in a post-credit scene, Shu and Hinako reconnect and even tease each other a bit, knowing that she's now a free woman with her life in her own hands. Yeah, Tsukumogami actually ends the city once Hinako leaves the other world, only wishing to delete the Fox clan regardless of her well-being, meaning Ibisugaoka is just the center of the feud, making it toast. And yes, this makes it the good ending for Hinako. But what about everyone else? Victimized by the traditions of steel-fisted patriarchs of eons past. All right, it's our last stop. Ibizugaoka in silence is our true ending, and I find it deeply illuminating. It will take us to places you didn't know existed, hear conversations you thought you'd never hear, and face challenges we couldn't dream of. To secure this run, it means we'll need to purify the Sacred Sword and turn in our Fox Brooch offered in New Game Plus. Purifying the Sacred Sword is where I initially had my brain blast moment. You'll do this in the Dark Palace where you'll typically start the marriage trials, but instead, you'll be taking a detour in a secret wall to get to this little slice of paradise. Here, you'll need to grab this bottle of crimson liquid, the Agura no Hote-sama, signifying the god of contentment and happiness. And then, you'll solve a puzzle by ringing 3 bells in perfect order, and then boom. The water drains and turns crimson. This is starting to get kind of familiar, actually. Huh. And once you make it back to the divine tree, this little tub here is to be filled with that liquid. And once you dip it in, it's purified of its corruption. Oh my fucking god, it's a Glaufitus. This liquid is a Glaufitus, and the peony are White Claudia. Such a clever fucking... I love this game, dude. I fucking love this game. Very soon after occurs probably the most important changes this time around. In the Shimizu residence, I really can't stress enough how much different this run is. Yes, you do see phantoms of abuse as you have in the last 2. And all this has done is pile on the grief and frustration Hinako has for her own situation. But what both we and her have been missing this whole time is an explanation, closure. And 3 runs in, we're finally gifted that, in the form of Kimie Shimizu, Hinako's mother.
Hinako, ちょっとおいでなさい。
お母さん、ひな子の誤解を解いておきたいの。
誤解って？
ひな子はお母さんのこと、お父さんにいつもいじめられてるって思ってる？
そんなこと。
確かにお父さんはちょいと短気な人だけど、娘の前ではいい格好がしたいだけの照れ屋な人なんだよ。
あんなに怒鳴ったり物を投げつけたりしてきたのに。
お父さんはね、ずっと夢があったの。自分と友達で小さなお店を持ちたいって。
夢？
そう。お父さんには仲のいいお友達がいてね、船に乗っていた頃からかな、弟みたいに可愛いっていつも言ってた。でもね、何かあったんだろうね。急にお父さんが貯めてたお金全部持って逃げちゃった。きっとどうしようもない理由があったんだろうね。悪い人には見えなかったから。お父さん、それですごく傷ついてね、荒れてた時期があったの。落ち着くといつも私には謝ってくれたよ。でもね、子供には弱い父親の姿を見せたくないからって。男の人はプライドが高いから。
だからって家族を傷つけていいわけがない。
ひな子はきっと家に入ると女は男に虐げられるってそう思い込んじゃってるんだろうね。でもね、あんたが思ってるほど女もお母さんも弱くはないんだよ。お父さんなんて娘の前ではかっこつけて威張ってるけど、あんたたちがいない時は全然違うんだから。以前お母さんとお父さん大喧嘩したことがあるの。
知らない。そんなことあったの？
お母さん、お父さんが謝ってくるまで徹底的に無視してやったよ。あんたたちがいる前では普通に振る舞ってたけどね。おかずもお父さんの嫌いなものばっかりにして、お茶に雑巾の絞り汁入れてやったこともあるの。
お母さんが信じられない。
お父さん、たったの3日で音をあげたよ。あんたと純子が寝静まった後、そこにベターっと土下座してね。
お父さんが本当に？
そうだよ。私とお父さんが本気で喧嘩をしたら、お父さんが私に勝てるわけないじゃない。でもね、それは私たち夫婦の話。娘のお前に心配かけたのは本当に申し訳ないと思ってるよ。
I think this scene is what won me over. It was such a deeply emotional performance by both actors. I honestly was warmly reminded of some of the more emotional scenes in Yakuza. I think this is my favorite scene in the game. I also appreciate that she doesn't justify his abuse. She calls it what it was and admits that he failed his children, but she's still able to give her side of things. She showed how she could stand up to him. And most importantly, she apologized to her baby. And it's as good as an apology as she could realistically give. It's sobering and sincere. And even if this version of her never existed at all, Hinako knows the full truth. And finally, she's at peace. Another major difference is the conversation in her room. This time not just with Junko, but her own father, who is profusely apologizing for his abuse. And Hinako, agonizing, watches her past unfold. And just as she's about to sever the last knot, she steps in.
それでもお父さんは謝ってくれてる。許す許さないは私たちの勝手。だけどお父さんの謝りたいっていう気持ちまでも無限にはできないよ。お父さんの都合なんか知らないよ。家族だよ。それでもお母さんに聞いたでしょ。お父さんが裏切られて辛い目にあったって。辛い理由があったから乱暴も許せっていうの。そんなのまかり通らない。そう、まかり通らない。許す必要もない。縁を切り言い訳も謝罪も聞いてやる義理は確かにない。でもね、家族の縁は切れないんだよ。だから許さなくてもいいけれど聞いてあげなくちゃ。お父さんの気持ちだけは受け止めてあげて。お母さんはお父さんを許しているのかもしれないけど私には無理。知ってる？私たちとお父さんは血がつながっているけど、お父さんとお母さんは血なんかつながってないんだよ。結婚したってだけの赤の他人のお母さんがお父さんの話を聞いて許せたんだよ。どうして血のつながりのある私たちが話も聞いてあげられないの？怖かったと思う。今も怖いと思う。許せないと思うし、顔も見たくない気持ちもわかる。それでも話だけは聞いてあげて。許さなくてもいいからお父さんの気持ちだけは受け止めてあげて。
もし俺のせいで男というものに恐怖を覚えているならそれは誤解だ。俺はろくでなしだが他の父親たちは違う。俺とは正反対で琴行君は立派な青年だ。彼なら絶対にお前を幸せにしてくれる。付き合いの長い柊君立派な男だけどな。あいつにならお前をやれるとずっと思っていた。しかしそんなのは俺の勝手な決めつけで、結婚するもしないもお前が自分で決めて構わない。俺を許さなくていいから俺の呪縛から解放されて幸せに生きてくれ。今まですまなかった。
今 今でも怖いし、許せるかどうかわからないけど、お父さんの気持ちだけは受け取ったから。
Hinako never has to forgive Kanta, her father, but as his own flesh and blood, she can at least see where he's coming from, and that he has the bravery to face his children as the tiny man he truly is. Up to his neck in debt and at the end of his rope, he's a desperate man, and to hide his fear of the future, he acted as a monster. In such a staunchly patriarchal society, he felt this was his only avenue to set an example. And to further tack this on, if we were to take clues from the whiteboard in the classroom and a few scattered documents, Kimie, his wife, might already be sick with cancer by this point. Selling his daughters off is his last resort. And I love that Hinako's verdict isn't explicit. She's furious, she's scared, and she clearly doesn't like the man kneeling before her, and why would she? Let him have it. She shouldn't like him. But she may be deciding for the rest of her life if she loves him. And that's tough. And by the end where Junko and Hinako usually face off, Hinako makes the bravest stand that she could. She's not just fighting for her own independence, but her sister's as well. And Hinako finally understands the size of this situation.
私たちは誰かのおもちゃにされているの。
どういうこと？
私を嫁がせたい何者かと、それを妨害したい何者かが私を二つに引き裂いて戦わせている。
そんなことって。
とても苦しい戦いだったけれど、私はようやくそれに気づけたの。人に望まぬ選択を強いること、それをせかすこと、私たちはそれと戦わなくちゃいけないって気づけたから。ごめんね、お姉ちゃん。ごめんね、お父さん、お母さん。私、やっぱり親不孝者だと思う。でも、本当に私の幸せを願っていてくれるなら。
And if her only viable act of rebellion is to live as herself,
この暴挙をどうか許して。
then she'll be damned if she doesn't.
これが私の選択。そして私たちをもてあそぶ者たちへの抗議。どうして私たちはどちらかが殺されなければならないの？どうして私たちは殺し合うしか対話ができないの？
稀に人里に真意を宿した希少な血を持つ女子が生まれることがある。そのようなものが里に現れるたびに我らは一族の跡取りにそのものを嫁に欲するようまじないをかけた。
何を言って
歴代の跡取りたちは皆うまくたぶらかしてめとってきたが、こたびの跡取りは下段だ。
人間の娘一人たぶらかせぬようでは未熟が過ぎる。
豊樹さんはずっと私をお嫁さんにしたい一心でずっと努力してきたって。孤独にずっと笑うな。一生懸命に悩んで生きてきたことゆきさんを笑うな。
These fights go fucking crazy, by the way. We get this sick-ass Kingdom Hearts transition as we fight both gods one at a time. And the entire time, Hinako's spitting fucking facts. But I was a little over-leveled by this point, so I didn't get it all. And I also fucking glitched out too, so that sucks. It's a pretty lengthy fight, each getting tougher and tougher than the last. But once she finally lands that killing blow,
本当にすまない。久しぶりの祝言に酒が過ぎたのだろう。普段は温和な方なのだ。
どうすればいいの？
この場は私が何とかしておく。
琴雪さん、一緒に。
すまなかった。私は君に全てを与えたつもりで、君が一番欲していたものに気づけなかった。私も君と同じものが欲しくなったのだ。君への愛は酔狂なまじないによって生み出されたものではないと。行きなさい。
もし私たちへの愛が本物だったなら、また会いましょう。私たちもしっかり悩んで答えを用意しておきます。
And by the finale, we actually get a letter from Kotoyoki, who asks about Hinako. And he shares his life and expresses his appreciation for the letters she sends. He even tried that sauce-flavored senbei that she recommended. And he feels a little silly as a grown man eating crackers outside of a candy store, and the children he's surrounded by tease him at first, but once he confesses he's had no candy or childhood to speak of, they're quick to recommend all the things he's got to try. He admits both his embarrassment at first, but also how he's regaining the inner child he lost. How he wishes to visit him again and find his own dreams. Living his life without divine interference. And how once he's found himself, maybe they both can rediscover their feelings for both life and one another.
Kotoyukiさんみたいに生きてみたい。誰かをものすごく好きになって、その人のためにものすごく努力して、情熱のすべてを注ぎ込むような一途で一生懸命な生き方をしてみたい。今度は私からKotoyukiさんに求婚するくらいの勢いで一生懸命に。私はまだ決まってないけど、とにかく何かに一生懸命に。何それ。ここは静かだね。誰も邪魔しない、せかさない。いるのは私たちだけ。私たちだけで行く末を決められる。こんな静かな恵比寿ヶ丘は初めてかも。ここは私たちだけの静寂の恵比寿ヶ丘だね。
And that is Silent Hill F. Look, if you were as blown away as I was by this entry, it would be no wonder why. Akira Yamaoka, Akihiro Imamura, Hiroyuki Iwaku, and Masahiro Ito all returned to lend their talent, alongside Ryukishi 07 of When They Cry as head writer. And this dream team wouldn't have been possible without Motoi Okamoto, who used fan feedback to iron out Bloober Team's remake and fought back against Konami's overbearing influence on both of these projects. If there's anyone to thank, it's actually a guy working at Konami. That feels weird to say. But together, these old cats showed they still got it. Silent Hill 2 Remake showed it was possible to feel that magic again. And Silent Hill F showed that it was possible to dream for something new. I'm never gonna forget this game. I really wish I had more to say, but I'm at a loss. I really love Silent Hill. Yeah. And I think that's all. That's Silent Hill.
I guess it's time to roll the credits.
I'd say through and through, if you watched all of this, you're a certified Silent Hill head. This was no small feat, and I'm just finally glad to put it to bed. Hey, if you were working on something while watching this video, I hope the project goes well, and I'll see you all again next time. Peace out. Huh? What the hell was that? Oh my god. Oh my god.
Listen, something crazy is going on.
It's all connected.
Your truck is on our planet.
They're here. They're all here. It finally makes sense. I understand now. I get it. I fully get it. This is Silent Hill. This is what it was meant to be. It all makes sense.
Alright, I'm gonna catch you guys later. Alright, see ya.
There's the donut and there's the whole. What matters is falling in love with the story or ideas and realizing those. The whole is so deep and so bad. The donut is a beautiful thing.